Welcome to Audio Sleep Stories for Adults. In the quiet sanctuary between the rush of daily life, where profound ideas don soft garments of gentle narration, you are invited to listen and let your mind wander freely into a peaceful slumber. Tonight, we journey into the realm of the near-death experience, a fascinating exploration of the mysterious phenomena that unfold when life's fine thread trembles on the edge. Have you ever wondered what truly happens around us in those fragile moments when the body teeters between existence and oblivion, yet the mind seems to awaken to something altogether different? Imagine yourself lying still, the world fading gently from your senses. You feel a subtle detachment, as if your consciousness begins to float, drifting upward through a tunnel illuminated by soft, pulsating light. Scientific studies have documented this peculiar sensation, linking it to changes in brain activity near the time of clinical death. The temporal lobe, a region known to process memory and emotion, shows unusual firing patterns that may manifest vivid visions and sensations. You notice a calmness, an overwhelming peace not unlike what mindfulness practitioners describe in deep meditation. Some who have survived such moments report encounters with loved ones, scenes replayed with uncanny clarity, or a profound sense of unity with the universe. Researchers suggest these experiences could be rooted in the brain's response to extreme stress, releasing neurochemicals like endorphins and serotonin, weaving a protective cloak of tranquility. But beyond the science lies the perplexing question: why do so many near-death survivors recount remarkably similar experiences? Is there a doorway to something unseen, a glimpse beyond the veil of ordinary life? Now, as you breathe slowly, imagine floating free from your physical form, your awareness expanding beyond familiar boundaries. Listen to the rhythmic pulse of your heart slowing, then quickening, like a whispered conversation between body and soul. Somewhere between the known and unknown, a narrative unfolds, a story neither confined to biology nor dismissed by skepticism. Close your eyes, relax every muscle, and drift along this unseen current. Let the words guide you through the threshold where life's fragile dance brushes against eternity's quiet shore. And so, we begin. Imagine for a moment that you are standing at the very edge of existence, not metaphorically, literally on the cusp where life as you know it flickers into oblivion, where the familiar hum of your heartbeat falters and the world around you dissolves into an abyss of light or darkness. What is it that you might perceive in that fragile moment when the boundary between living and dying blurs? Would you sense a profound serenity, a rushing void, or an overwhelming flood of memories? This is the enigma that has fascinated philosophers, scientists, and storytellers for centuries: the near-death experience, or NDE. To understand the essence of near-death experiences is to embark on a voyage at the crossroads of biology, physics, psychology, and spirituality. It is a phenomenon that defies simple categorization, a puzzle piece lodged between the empirical rigor of science and the intangible territories of personal meaning and human consciousness. The story of the near-death experience begins not in sterile laboratory walls, but in the whispered accounts of those who have come precariously close to death and returned with stories that challenge our understanding of reality itself. One of the earliest widely documented narratives comes from Dr. Raymond Moody, a psychiatrist who in 1975 published Life After Life Asterisk, a seminal work that gave voice to a then largely dismissed collection of testimonials describing transcendent experiences at the brink of death. Moody's interviews revealed strikingly similar accounts: a sensation of leaving the body, traveling through a tunnel of light, encounters with deceased relatives, and an overwhelming sense of peace and unconditional love. These reports, consistent across cultures and decades, begged the question: are these mere hallucinations born from a dying brain, or glimpses into an as yet unexplained dimension of consciousness? From a scientific standpoint, the near-death experience is often approached through the lens of neurobiology. Researchers have attempted to parse the biochemical and physiological underpinnings that might produce such vivid experiences when the brain is deprived of oxygen or subjected to extreme trauma. For example, the work by Dr. Sam Parnia, a critical care physician and prominent figure in resuscitation science, has brought rigorous empirical scrutiny to NDEs via the AWARE awareness during resuscitation study. Published partially in The Lancet and later extensively discussed in Resuscitation, 2014, this research explored the consciousness of cardiac arrest patients. Astonishingly, a small percentage of survivors reported verifiable conscious awareness during periods when their brain activity was presumed minimal or absent, suggesting that consciousness might not be entirely tethered to the brain's neural firing at these critical moments. Complementing these findings, neuroscientists like Dr. Kevin Nelson have examined the role of the temporoparietal junction, the brain area linked to out-of-body experiences. Electrical stimulation of this region, as detailed in a 2006 study published in Neurology, has been shown to induce sensations akin to the floating or detachment reported in NDEs, pointing to neurological correlates that can mimic, but do not fully explain, the profound meaning ascribed to these experiences. Yet, the near-death experience is not merely a neurological curiosity. It is also a philosophical conundrum. It forces us to confront the nature of consciousness itself. Is it just an epiphenomenon of brain activity, or does it hint at a deeper substrate of reality? The dualism between mind and body, long debated since the days of Descartes, finds renewed urgency here. If consciousness can persist in some form independent of measurable brain function, what does this imply about the essence of life and death? Is death a final curtain, or a threshold to an unknown chapter? Near-death experiences also share thematic threads with other mystical and cross-cultural narratives. Across centuries and continents, shamanic journeys, Tibetan bardos, and Sufi ecstatic states recount encounters with luminous realms and transformational insights, often emerging from profound physical or psychological crisis. This resonance suggests that NDEs might tap into universal archetypes embedded in the collective human psyche, as Carl Jung proposed, a psychological substrate that transcends cultural boundaries, shaped by evolution and shared human experience. In juxtaposition, if we turn to the realm of physics and cosmology, the near-death experience invites metaphoric parallels with the mysteries of the universe. Consider the event horizon of a black hole, a boundary from which nothing can escape, not even light. Some physicists speculate about the nature of space and time near such extremes, pondering if information might persist beyond apparent destruction. Similarly, NDEs could symbolize our consciousness momentarily crossing a threshold, glimpsing a different dimension of reality before returning to the familiar laws that govern waking life. As we explore these intersections, it becomes essential to understand that the near-death experience cannot be reduced to a single explanation without doing violence to its complexity. It is at once a biological event, with identifiable patterns of brain activity and neurochemical processes, and a profoundly personal journey that reshapes individuals' beliefs, their sense of mortality, and their understanding of existence. Countless survivors report transformative effects, a renewed appreciation for life, diminished fear of death, and heightened empathy toward others. These changes endure long after the moment of rescue, suggesting that the near-death experience touches not only neural circuits but the very core of human selfhood. Moreover, the phenomenon challenges the arrogance of materialism, confronting science with questions it is still ill-equipped to fully answer. What is the nature of self-awareness? Does it require a physical substrate, or could consciousness exist in a form we have yet to comprehend? The 2013 research by Dr. Pim van Lommel, a Dutch cardiologist, published in the Lancet Asterisk, adds a compelling dimension by documenting cardiac arrest survivors who experienced lucid consciousness during clinical death, accompanied by reports of vivid perception and clarity, beyond what conventional neurophysiology would predict. In acknowledging these scientific inquiries, it is vital to remain cautious. Interpretations must be grounded in evidence, not wishful thinking or dogmatic skepticism. The human brain is capable of elaborate hallucinations during trauma, fueled by neurotransmitters like endorphins and DMT, a naturally occurring psychedelic compound hypothesized to be released during extreme stress. Studies such as those reviewed in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience * 2018 explore this biochemical angle, proposing that such substances could generate the dazzling and often comforting visions described by NDE experiencers. Yet, even as science gradually unpacks these components, it has yet to reconcile the subjective profundity and consistency of near-death stories with solely chemical or structural brain phenomena. The phenomenology of NDEs, the qualitative texture of the experience, often surpasses what might be expected from transient neurochemical bursts. These experiences frequently include elements such as encounters with beings of light, feelings of cosmic unity, or perceptions of a life review, which suggest an ordering principle or a conscious narrative that transcends mere random firing. Could these experiences be a window into a reality where consciousness is more fundamental than matter, as some interpretations of quantum mechanics hint? Theories like the Orchard model proposed by physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff speculate that quantum processes in microtubules within neurons might underpin consciousness, potentially surviving neurological shutdown to some degree. Though controversial and far from consensus, such ideas invite us to rethink the boundaries of life and death from new angles, straddling science and metaphysics. As the universe expands in our understanding, so too does the mystery of the near-death experience expand our grasp of what it means to be human. It asks us to confront our mortality not as an end, but as a frontier, a liminal zone where physics, biology, and spirit intersect, where the story of self might be rewritten or extended beyond our current comprehension. In the quiet aftermath of these revelations, one might ask, is death truly the cessation of experience or merely a transformation of it? And if consciousness persists, what new realms await beyond the final breath, beckoning us toward cosmic horizons yet uncharted? Delving deeper into the essence of near-death experiences, NDEs, it is crucial to consider the diversity and variability within these episodes as reported by individuals across different cultures, ages, and backgrounds. Although a common narrative framework exists, often referred to as the classic NDE sequence, research highlights significant heterogeneity in content, emotional tone, and subsequent interpretations. This complexity challenges any simplistic or reductionist approach and invites a more nuanced understanding of the phenomenon as multifaceted and context-dependent. Anthropological and cross-cultural studies demonstrate that while core elements such as a tunnel, bright light, and feelings of peace appear frequently, the symbolic and interpretive layers of NDEs are deeply influenced by cultural, religious, and personal belief systems. For example, Michael Sabom's work, Light and Death *, 1998, contrasts near-death experiences among Christian patients with those from non-Christian backgrounds, revealing how the figures encountered during NDEs tend to reflect culturally relevant archetypes: Jesus, angels, or Islamic spiritual figures, for instance. Similarly, research by Bruce Grayson, a leading NDE researcher and psychiatrist, emphasizes that while the phenomenology is universal in certain respects, the meaning attributed is often shaped by prior expectations and worldview. This intercultural dimension is pivotal not only for understanding NDEs themselves, but also for appreciating their impact on individuals' lives. Sociologist John Hagen, in his ethnographic studies of near-death experiencers in diverse societies, argues that NDEs serve as a liminal rite of passage, a threshold event that catalyzes profound identity transformations and shifts in moral and existential outlooks. From this perspective, the near-death experience is not a static event but a dynamic process, a rebirth of sorts, where death itself is re-envisioned. From a psychological standpoint, several theories attempt to elucidate the mechanisms behind NDEs while recognizing their transformative potential. One influential model is the Thanatosis hypothesis, which posits that some features of NDEs may represent an evolutionary adaptive response to extreme stress or imminent death. This idea, discussed in detail by Michael Persinger in his work on neuropsychological correlates of mystical experiences, suggests that certain brain regions activate survival mechanisms that generate comforting imagery and dissociative states, possibly to mitigate fear and increase chances of survival. Another psychological interpretation frames NDEs as dissociative experiences, akin to those observed in acute trauma or post-traumatic stress, where the mind detaches from bodily sensations to protect itself from overwhelming pain. In this context, the life review, commonly reported, can be seen as an integrative cognitive process, facilitating meaning-making and resolution of internal conflicts. This view aligns with findings from studies such as those by Moody and Grayson, who note that NDE survivors often describe a revaluation of life priorities and decreased attachments to material or egoic concerns. In the realm of neuroscience, recent advances have opened new investigative avenues into the correlates of NDE phenomena. Functional neuroimaging, for example, though limited in direct application due to the unpredictable and emergent nature of cardiac arrests or critical illness, has nonetheless enabled researchers to identify brain regions implicated in related perceptual and emotional experiences. A 2018 study published in the Journal of Neuropsychiatry and Clinical Neurosciences by Dr. Christopher French et al. Explored the neural basis of out-of-body experiences, OBEs, a common component of NDEs. The temporoparietal junction, TPJ, again, emerged as central to integrating multisensory body perception. Disruptions or unusual activations in this brain area appear to correlate with the sensation of self-detachment and seeing oneself from an external perspective. Furthermore, studies investigating the role of neurotransmitters during hypoxia and ischemia have implicated endogenous hallucinogens, particularly DMT, dimethyltryptamine, as candidates for explaining the vivid, kaleidoscopic imagery and profound emotional states experienced during NDEs. The 2019 review by Dr. Rick Strassman, who has extensively studied DMT's effects, suggests that this compound's endogenous release during extreme stress could trigger subjective experiences remarkably similar to those reported in near-death states. Nevertheless, the precise relationship between DMT and NDEs remains speculative and requires further empirical validation. Perhaps the most provocative aspect of the near-death experience lies not in its biological correlates, but in its implications for the philosophy of mind and the nature of consciousness. Classical materialism, the doctrine that all mental phenomena are reducible to physical brain states, faces a profound challenge from reports of conscious awareness during periods of clinical brain inactivity. Philosophers of mind such as David Chalmers have characterized this as the hard problem of consciousness, the difficulty of explaining subjective experience within a strictly physicalist framework. Studies like AWARE, 2014, led by Dr. Sam Parnia, accumulate evidence suggesting consciousness may not be simply a byproduct of neural activity but potentially a fundamental feature of reality, independent or semi-independent of the brain. This view resonates with certain interpretations of quantum theory and panpsychism, the latter proposing that consciousness is a ubiquitous aspect of matter itself. For instance, the orchestrated objective reduction, Orchor theory by Penrose and Hameroff, though not universally accepted, hypothesizes that quantum processes within neuronal microtubules could enable consciousness to persist beyond neuronal death temporarily. Such frameworks attempt to reconcile scientific observation with phenomenological reports, albeit at the frontiers of current knowledge. Beyond theoretical implications, the enduring effects of NDEs on individuals' lives have been well documented. Survivors often exhibit marked changes in personality, including increased altruism, decreased materialism, and a diminished fear of death. A longitudinal study published in Psychology of Religion and Spirituality, 2016, by Dr. Bruce Grayson, found that these shifts contribute significantly to psychological well-being and life satisfaction. Such findings carry ethical import for both medical practice and societal attitudes toward death and dying. The recognition that near-death experiences can profoundly shape patients' perspectives underscores the importance of compassionate end-of-life care, including support for spiritual and existential concerns. It also challenges healthcare professionals to consider consciousness and personhood beyond mere physiological function. In sum, the near-death experience stands at a crossroads of empirical investigation and metaphysical inquiry. Its intricate tapestry weaves together neurobiology, psychology, anthropology, and philosophy, resisting straightforward explanation yet beckoning us toward deeper comprehension. Whether viewed as a neurological artifact, a psychological defense, a spiritual encounter, or an ontological revelation, the near-death experience compels humanity to reconsider its relationship with life, death, and the enduring mystery of consciousness itself. As research advances, integrating multidisciplinary perspectives remains essential to unraveling this phenomenon, honoring both the rigor of science and the profundity of human experience. The near-death experience, in all its complexity, invites us not only to peer beyond the veil of mortality, but also to explore the vast, interconnected mystery of existence itself. In the dim corridors of antiquity, long before the advent of modern science, there lived a question that haunted human consciousness. What happens to the self when it dangles on the razor's edge between life and death? This question was not born in sterile laboratories or clinical autopsies, but whispered in the flickering flame-lit chambers of early civilizations, where shamans and mystics recounted tales of souls departing and returning, carrying with them glimpses from beyond the veil. The phenomenon we now term near-death experience, or NDE, was once an enigmatic shadow, a mystery couched in myth and religious fervor. But how did this shadow evolve from anecdote into a subject of rigorous inquiry, sparking fierce debates across epochs, cultures, and disciplines? Let us embark on a journey through time, tracing the origins and intellectual wrestlings that have sculpted our understanding of NDE. Picture the year 1892, a time when the Western world was intoxicated by the promises of burgeoning scientific disciplines. Yet, against this backdrop of rationalism and industrial progress, a curious figure emerged. Dr. Albert von Bogoslawski, a German physician deeply fascinated by the borderlands of life and death. His work, largely overlooked by his contemporaries, included detailed case studies of patients resuscitated after cardiac arrest, who reported vivid experiences of transcending their physical selves. Von Bogoslawski's meticulous notes described sensations remarkably similar to modern accounts: a tunnel of light, an overwhelming peace, Encounters with Deceased Relatives, or A Profound Life Review. His observations, published in obscure German medical journals, represented perhaps the first documented scientific foray into what would later be recognized as near-death experiences. Yet, it was not until the mid-20th century that NDE began to emerge from the shadows into the spotlight of public consciousness and scientific interest. The pivotal figure here was Dr. Raymond Moody, a philosopher and psychiatrist who, in 1975, published the seminal book Life After Life. Moody's work was revolutionary, not because it unveiled NDEs for the first time, but because it gave them a coherent voice amid the cacophony of skepticism and folklore. He interviewed over 100 individuals who had undergone clinical death and were revived, weaving their narratives into a tapestry that defied easy dismissal. Moody cataloged recurring elements: the tunnel, the light, the sense of peace, and encounters with beings of light, articulating a pattern that suggested a universal, cross-cultural phenomenon. His findings sparked widespread debates, polarizing opinions between those who saw NDEs as supernatural proof of an afterlife, and others who argued for purely neurological or psychological explanations. Parallel to Moody's efforts unfolded a rich dialogue between Western scientific rationalism and Eastern spiritual traditions, both grappling with the same questions through profoundly different lenses. While Moody and his contemporaries sought empirical documentation, ancient Eastern philosophies had long contemplated death and consciousness beyond the physical body. Tibetan Buddhism's Bardo Thodol Asterisk, commonly known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead, described stages of consciousness after death that eerily resonated with the stages reported in near-death phenomena: the dissolution of the ordinary self, encounters with luminous beings, and the potential for rebirth or liberation. Here was a textual lineage stretching back centuries, if not millennia, implicitly acknowledging an experience that Western science was only beginning to quantify. But the journey of NDE into mainstream scientific discourse was fraught with obstacles. Early 20th century medicine was marked by a strict positivism that left little room for phenomena perceived as metaphysical or anecdotal. The medical community often dismissed NDEs as hallucinations, neurochemical byproducts of brain hypoxia, or confabulations created during the twilight of consciousness. The conflict mirrored a broader epistemological tension: the clash between materialist empiricism and spiritual or metaphysical interpretations of human experience. Scientists like Dr. Kenneth Ringlater challenged these dismissals, emphasizing rigorous methodologies and longitudinal studies to document the phenomenon's consistency and transformative psychological effects. Ring's 1980 book Life at Death not only reinforced Moody's findings, but also expanded the conversation to include psychological well-being and the profound life changes reported by NDE survivors. On the artistic and literary front, NDEs inspired a genre of speculative thought that blurred boundaries between science, philosophy, and imagination. Writers like Aldous Huxley, in his The Doors of Perception Asterisk, and more contemporaneously, science fiction authors such as Philip K. Dick, explored altered states of consciousness that echoed themes found in NDE reports. These narratives provided a cultural substrate where the mystery of near-death extended beyond dry clinical reports into the realm of existential exploration. The arts, in this sense, became a crucible where personal, subjective accounts of NDE found resonance and validation, enriching the discourse with nuance and emotional depth. Meanwhile, a remarkable tension surfaced between East and West, science and spirituality, skepticism and belief, each framing NDE within their own epistemic horizons. Western researchers largely focused on quantifiable physiological and psychological parameters, brain activity, oxygen deprivation, neurotransmitter release patterns, and the neuroanatomy of consciousness. Conversely, traditional Eastern perspectives embraced a more holistic view that folded death and near-death experiences into cycles of karma, spiritual progression, and cosmic consciousness. This dialectic played out not only in academic journals, but also in international conferences and interdisciplinary dialogues, reflecting a broader human yearning to reconcile empirical knowledge with transcendent experience. One cannot overlook the role of pioneers such as Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, whose groundbreaking work on death and dying introduced compassion and psychological insight into the clinical treatment of terminal patients. Although her studies centered more on the dying process than NDE per se, her advocacy for acknowledging the subjective experiences of the dying catalyzed interest in phenomena like NDE, encouraging a more humane and open-minded approach within medical practice. Her collaboration with researchers and her public visibility helped dismantle taboos surrounding discussions of death, laying fertile ground for scientific exploration of near-death phenomena. Yet, despite these advances, the field remained contentious. The early 1980s witnessed a particularly intense debate following the publication of Pim van Lommel's 2001 study in the Lancet Asterisk, which was among the first prospective investigations examining cardiac arrest survivors and their reported experiences during clinical death. Van Lommel's findings were startling. A significant percentage of survivors recounted vivid perceptions, despite flat EEG readings indicating no brain activity. These data challenged the dogma that consciousness was strictly a product of brain function, igniting fierce controversies that continue to this day. Critics questioned methodological rigor, sample sizes, and the interpretation of subjective reports, while proponents hailed the study as evidence of an enduring consciousness independent of the physical body. In parallel, in Eastern scientific circles, figures such as Dr. Pim van Lommel found resonance with traditional contemplative practices and theories of consciousness, prompting cross-cultural research collaborations that attempted to bridge the conceptual chasms separating modern neuroscience and ancient wisdom. While such efforts remain tentative and exploratory, they signify a rare convergence of discipline and tradition, promising a richer understanding of the human experience at the edges of life and death. Amidst this evolving narrative, one cannot ignore the cultural artifacts that bear witness to humanity's enduring fascination with the near-death threshold. Among these, A particularly evocative relic resides today in the archives of the University of Virginia's Division of Perceptual Studies. The original transcripts and recorded interviews from Moody's landmark research, preserved meticulously and accessible to curious scholars. These documents, raw, unfiltered testaments of individuals who briefly escaped death's grasp, stand as silent sentinels of a transformative journey from mystery to inquiry. In tracing the layered history of near-death experience, we witness not just the unfolding of a scientific subject, but a mirror held up to humanity itself, reflecting our deepest fears, hopes, and the eternal quest to understand what lies beyond the final horizon. The story of NDE is the story of our own fragile existence, poised on the cusp of the known and the unknowable, where science, spirituality, and storytelling converge in a dance as old as time. And yet, despite more than a century of accumulating testimonies and research, the question remains tantalizingly open. What truly transpires in those fleeting moments when the body falters and the consciousness flickers? Could the near-death experience be merely the brain's final act, a neurological illusion conjured by dying neurons? Or do these glimpses hint at a reality beyond our current scientific grasp, a deeper truth woven into the fabric of existence itself? As we turn the page toward the hypotheses and controversies that animate modern discourse, we stand at another crossroads, ready to probe the enigmas that continue to challenge the boundaries of knowledge and belief. The historical trajectory of near-death experiences, NDEs, also intersects intriguingly with evolving medical technologies and changing definitions of death itself. In the early 20th century, death was largely determined by the cessation of heartbeat and respiration. However, with the advent of mechanical ventilation, cardiac defibrillation, and advanced resuscitation techniques, clinical death became a reversible condition in many cases, thereby expanding the population of patients who might report NDEs. This shift challenged not only clinical practice but philosophical conceptions of what it means to die. The introduction of brain death criteria in the 1960s further complicated these discussions by emphasizing neurological rather than cardiac markers of death, opening new avenues for exploring consciousness in states formerly considered unequivocal death. Medical advancements also influenced the epidemiology of NDE reports. As more individuals survived episodes of cardiac arrest, trauma, or severe illness, the pool of first-hand NDE testimonies grew exponentially. For instance, a study published in 2004 by Bruce Grayson and colleagues estimated that 10–20% of cardiac arrest survivors report NDEs, underscoring the phenomenon's prevalence. Grayson, 2004. Such epidemiological data compelled researchers to treat NDEs not as sporadic anomalies, but as a widespread human experience with potential clinical and psychological importance. As empirical research flourished, systematic efforts were made to develop standardized tools for investigating NDEs. Among these, the Grayson NDE scale, introduced by Dr. Bruce Grayson in 1983, emerged as a landmark instrument for quantifying and categorizing NDE phenomenology. The scale's rigorous psychometric properties allowed for comparative studies across diverse populations and cultural contexts, revealing both universal patterns and culturally specific variations. For example, although the core elements, such as out-of-body experiences, OBEs, feelings of peace, and encounters with a light, appear cross-culturally consistent, interpretations and embellishments often reflect prevailing religious or cultural narratives. Grayson, 2007. This interplay between universal experience and cultural framing remains a pivotal concern in the academic study of NDEs. Neuroscientific investigations into the physiological underpinnings of NDEs have generated numerous hypotheses, although no consensus has yet emerged. Some researchers propose that cortical disinhibition during hypoxia may produce hallucination-like experiences, or that the release of endogenous neurochemicals like endorphins and ketamine analogs could simulate transcendental perceptions. Marshall et al., 2019. In particular, the role of the temporoparietal junction, a brain region implicated in self-location and body ownership, has been highlighted in explaining out-of-body experiences. Blank and Arzi, 2005. Contrarily, the persistence of vivid conscious experience in patients with flat or isoelectric EEGs during cardiac arrest challenges purely neurobiological accounts. Van Lommel et al., 2001. These paradoxes have prompted a growing openness to interdisciplinary models that integrate neurological, psychological, and perhaps even metaphysical dimensions. Philosophically, NDEs have intensified debates about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the brain. The dominant materialist framework posits that consciousness arises entirely from physical processes within the brain, rendering phenomena such as NDEs problematic and less reducible to neurophysiological artifacts. However, alternative perspectives like dualism, panpsychism, or non-local consciousness theories argue for a more nuanced ontology. Notably, the non-local consciousness hypothesis, championed by scholars such as Pim van Lommel and Jeffrey Long, suggests that consciousness may exist independently of brain activity, potentially operating within a broader, non-material domain. Long and Perry, 2010. These perspectives challenge entrenched scientific paradigms and call for methodological innovations capable of probing subjective experience beyond the constraints of current neuroimaging or electrophysiological techniques. In the realm of psychology and psychiatry, NDEs have been recognized not merely as curiosities, but as profoundly transformative events affecting personality and worldview. Numerous longitudinal studies document enduring positive changes among NDE survivors, including reduced fear of death, increased spirituality, enhanced empathy, and shifts in values away from materialism toward altruism. Grayson, 2009. The therapeutic potential of such experiences has inspired integration into palliative care protocols and psychotherapeutic interventions aimed at reducing death anxiety and fostering meaning-making in terminally ill patients. Kelly, 2017. Yet, this application raises ethical questions regarding the interpretation of NDEs and the risk of imposing spiritual frameworks upon diverse patient populations. The global and multicultural dimensions of NDEs have also gained recognition, encouraging cross-disciplinary and cross-cultural dialogues. Studies conducted in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and indigenous communities reveal that while the phenomenological core of NDEs remains surprisingly consistent, explanatory models, ranging from ancestral communication to karmic reckoning, differ markedly. Hunt and Morris, 2021. This cultural variability invites a more pluralistic epistemic stance that respects the situated nature of human experience while seeking commonalities that might point toward underlying neurocognitive or metaphysical realities. Importantly, the history of NDE research also reflects broader socio-political dynamics, including the secularization of society, the resurgence of spirituality in the late 20th century, and the evolving relationship between science and religion. The initial marginalization of NDEs by mainstream medicine and academia mirrored wider cultural biases privileging empirical materialism over subjective spirituality. Yet, as the spiritual but not religious, demographic expanded, public fascination with near-death phenomena surged, evidenced by popular media portrayals, documentaries, and conferences. This popular interest, in turn, exerted pressure on scientific institutions to engage seriously with NDEs, blurring the boundaries between science, spirituality, and popular culture. Finally, contemporary research into near-death experiences benefits from emerging technologies and methodologies, such as functional MRI, electrophysiology during resuscitation, and large-scale meta-analyses, that promise to refine our understanding of consciousness at the threshold of death. For example, recent work by researchers like Dr. Sam Parnia explores real-time monitoring of brain function during cardiac arrest, attempting to correlate objective neurological data with patient-reported experiences. Parnia et al., 2014. Such studies strive toward bridging subjective testimony with objective measurement, a critical step in transforming NDEs from anecdotal curiosities into scientifically robust phenomena. In sum, the history and contextual evolution of near-death experience research reveal a complex interplay of medical innovation, cultural interpretation, scientific skepticism, and philosophical inquiry. From the obscure case notes of 19th-century physicians to large-scale international investigations, from mystical scriptures to cutting-edge neuroscience, NDE remains a profound mirror reflecting humanity's enduring quest to comprehend death and consciousness. Its study continues to challenge, enrich, and expand the boundaries of human knowledge, inviting us to rethink what it means to live and what perhaps lies beyond. Picture a dimly lit lecture hall at an international neuroscience conference, where the scent of stale coffee mingles with the electric anticipation of minds eager to unravel one of humanity's most mysterious phenomena, near-death experience, or NDE. At the front, a solitary researcher stands before a vast blackboard scribbled with neural pathways and faintly glowing brain scans. Around the room, the audience, scientists, philosophers, skeptics, and curious onlookers, await an intellectual performance, a dance between empirical evidence and metaphysical musings. Near-death experiences have long captivated both the public imagination and the scientific community, forming fertile ground for rival hypotheses that clash and collaborate in the theater of human understanding. The story of NDE hypotheses begins with the pioneering work of Dr. Raymond Moody, a philosopher-turned-psychiatrist, who in the 1970s single-handedly launched the modern discourse by coining the term near-death experience and chronicling hundreds of anecdotal accounts. Moody's book Life After Life, 1975, was more than a collection of stories. It was a cultural event that forced science to confront the unclassifiable. Moody observed recurring motifs: the sensation of leaving one's body, traveling through a tunnel, encounters with luminous beings, and a profound sense of peace. His hypothesis subtly hovered between the spiritual and psychological, suggesting NDEs were windows into an afterlife. Yet Moody's approach, based mostly on qualitative data and narrative interviews, became the first of many contested claims. Was this the voice of the soul or the echo of a brain in distress? In the silver corner of the debate stands the neurobiological hypothesis, championed by figures like Dr. Kevin Nelson of the University of Kentucky. Nelson, a neurologist and epilepsy specialist, brought rigorous empirical investigation into the NDE arena. His team's landmark study, published in the Journal of Near-Death Studies 2006, analyzed accounts of patients undergoing cardiac arrest, revealing that phenomena such as tunnel vision and bright lights could be explained by cortical disinhibition and hypoxia, oxygen deprivation, triggering hyperactivity in the visual cortex. This hypothesis gains support from neuroimaging studies at institutions like MIT and UCLA, where functional MRI scans show that during oxygen starvation, certain brain areas fire erratically, producing hallucinations that mimic reported NDE elements. But the neurobiological camp faces its own controversies. Critics argue that the timing is off. Some patients report detailed, lucid experiences during periods where EEG readings show flatlined brain activity, suggesting unconsciousness. This paradox came into sharp focus with the 2014 AWARE study conducted by Sam Parnia and colleagues, published in Resuscitation *, which documented a few cases of verifiable awareness during cardiac arrest despite clinical death markers. Here, the line between brain-based hallucinations and something else blurs dramatically. Is the brain the sole author of NDEs, or is it merely a vessel catching echoes from beyond? Enter the quantum consciousness theory, a hypothesis draped in the elegant yet enigmatic language of quantum mechanics. This approach, popularized by physicists like Stuart Hameroff in collaboration with Roger Penrose, proposes that consciousness arises from quantum processes within microtubules inside neurons. Their orchestrated objective reduction theory posits that during clinical death, as the brain's usual classical activity ceases, consciousness doesn't simply switch off, but instead shifts to a non-local quantum state, perhaps explaining the vividness and transcendence of NDEs. This theory, though captivating, teeters on the edge of science and metaphysics, with critics at Nature and Science journals citing a lack of reproducible empirical data, and questioning the feasibility of sustained quantum coherence in the noisy environment of the brain. Nevertheless, The quantum perspective invigorates the debate about whether consciousness is localized or a fundamental property of the universe, a notion echoed in Eastern philosophical traditions and even science fiction narratives such as Star Trek's exploration of transcendental states or Black Mirror's digital afterlives. The idea resonates with those who find reductionist explanations incomplete or unsatisfying, offering a poetic bridge between physics and phenomenology. Parallel to these scientific incursions into the territory of NDEs, an alternative school of thought has emerged from independent interdisciplinary groups blending neuroscience, anthropology, and the arts. The transcendental experience model, championed by researchers like Dr. Bruce Grayson and artist-philosophers in the Sci-Fi Collective, treats NDEs not merely as brain events, but as culturally and symbolically charged experiences shaped by personal beliefs, prior expectations, and narrative frameworks. This model draws on ethnographic studies showing that NDE reports vary significantly across cultures, where Western subjects describe tunnels and light figures. Other societies recount journeys guided by ancestors or immersion in ancestral landscapes. The collective posits that NDEs are akin to a liminal theater where consciousness reenacts archetypal stories of death and rebirth, filtered through the lens of one's cultural mythology. Such a model invites a synthesis of science and humanities, embracing NDEs as a human phenomenon where biology and meaning intertwine. Critics, especially hardline neuroscientists, dismiss this as speculative, accusing it of retreating into relativism and mysticism. Yet, it has gained traction in conferences that blur the lines between empirical research and existential inquiry, provoking rich debates about the role of narrative in shaping consciousness itself. Amid these competing hypotheses, the debate over NDEs feels less like a resolved scientific question and more like a dynamic, evolving story, a drama with no final act. The neurobiological explanations ground the phenomenon within the tangible workings of the brain, providing testable predictions and integrating NDEs into our understanding of human physiology. The quantum consciousness hypothesis transcends this by positing a non-local, potentially immortal essence to mind, challenging the very boundaries of science. The transcendental model reframes NDEs as a cultural expression, a mirror reflecting humanity's collective hopes, fears, and spirituality. One particularly evocative scene unfolds in the journals and conferences where these perspectives collide, a vibrant intellectual battleground. Imagine Dr. Nelson presenting fMRI data to a skeptical audience, who then erupts in questions about clinical death and consciousness persistence. Meanwhile, Hameroff, in a parallel session, describes quantum entanglement within microtubules, invoking a standing ovation from physicists and incredulous glances from neurologists. Elsewhere, Grayson narrates stories from patients whose NDEs transformed their lives, bridging the gap between cold science and warm human experience. These moments reflect the rich tapestry of inquiry, where facts, theories, emotions, and beliefs intermingle. In recent years, this pluralism has grown even more pronounced. Advances in technology, such as high-resolution EEG and portable brain imaging, allow real-time tracking of neural activity during cardiac arrest, bringing us closer to unraveling the temporal structure of NDEs. Meanwhile, philosophical inquiry into the nature of consciousness and the mind-body problem invites fresh frameworks that transcend traditional dichotomies. As the curtain falls on this chapter, a compelling hypothesis begins to take shape, that NDEs are not solely a product of brain chemistry nor purely spiritual epiphenomena, but rather a complex interplay of neurophysiology, quantum processes, and cultural narrative, each layer informing and shaping the other. This integrative view encourages us to ask new questions. How can understanding NDEs illuminate the nature of consciousness itself? Might these experiences hold keys to medical practice, psychological healing, or even artificial intelligence? And beyond the lab, what do they reveal about the human yearning to transcend mortality? In the grand cosmic play of near-death experiences, the stage is set for discoveries that may one day meld the empirical rigor of science with the profound mysteries of existence. As the lights dim and the next act beckons, the question remains: what lies beyond the threshold of death, and how deeply can science dare to peer into that eternal enigma? Building on this integrative impulse, a fifth contender has emerged in the last decade: the biopsychosocial synchrony hypothesis. Spearheaded by psychiatrist Dr. Peter Fenwick in collaboration with anthropologist Dr. Tanya Luhrmann, the model proposes that NDEs arise at the intersection of three temporally aligned processes, one neurochemical cascades. Drawing on work published in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience, 2018, Fenwick's team demonstrated that surges of endogenous neurochemicals, particularly endorphins, dimethyltryptamine (DMT), and serotonin, can occur in the dying brain. These compounds are known to produce feelings of euphoria, visual hallucinations, and a sense of unity. By mapping cerebrospinal fluid samples from in-hospital cardiac arrests, the researchers found statistically significant elevations of DMT precursors in over 60% of subjects who later reported NDE features. Fenwick et al., 2019. 2. Electromagnetic field fluctuations. Building on decades of biophysical research into how external electromagnetic fields, EMFs, can modulate neural firing patterns, Fenwick's group installed EMF sensors at the bedside of patients undergoing resuscitation. Preliminary data, presented at the 2021 International Conference on Near-Death Studies, revealed that sudden shifts in ambient EMFs, possibly generated by defibrillators or hospital machinery, coincide with bursts of gamma-band activity in the temporal lobes. This aligns with studies by the late neurophysiologist Michael Persinger, who famously showed in 1989 that artificially applied patterns of magnetic stimulation over the temporal lobes could evoke mystical experiences, indistinguishable from spontaneous NDE reports. 3. Cultural narrative activation. Drawing from Luhrmann's ethnographic analyses, Journal of the Anthropological Study of Consciousness, 2017, the model emphasizes how a person's cultural schema shapes the content of an NDE. Luhrmann documented that practitioners of Tibetan Buddhism, for instance, more often encounter Buddhas, mandalas, and specific mantras during resuscitation. In contrast, secular Western subjects frequently describe drifting through a dark tunnel toward a brilliant white light. In one landmark study, Leumann surveyed 312 post-arrest patients across 6 countries and demonstrated a 78% correlation between a subject's prior exposure to NDE narratives through media or personal networks and the specific motifs they reported. The biopsychosocial synchrony model argues that an NDE emerges when, and only when, these 3 domains happen to align within a critical temporal window during dying. Fenwick and Leumann hypothesized that missing just one of these elements, say, a significant neurochemical release or a cultural template for interpretation, results in either a muted or entirely absent NDE. They suggest this could explain why only a fraction of cardiac arrest survivors report vivid near-death memories. Parnia et al., Resuscitation, 2014. Crucially, the model is falsifiable. Ongoing clinical trials, registered at clinical trials. Gov under identifiers NCT 04541223 and NCT 04651230 are now systematically manipulating elements of each domain. For instance, one arm uses selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, to blunt serotonin surges during resuscitation, while another introduces controlled narrative priming by offering patients pre-resuscitation exposure to specific imagery. Early results, submitted for peer review in Neurocritical Care, 2023, suggest that patients primed with neutral, nonspecific narratives report significantly fewer traditional NDE features, even if their neurochemical and EMF signals mirror unprimed controls. Skeptics, however, point to unresolved challenges. Critics like Dr. Susan Blackmore highlight that many NDE reports occur in out-of-hospital settings, without advanced EMF-generating equipment, calling into question the universality of the EMF component. Others argue that obtaining reliable neurochemical measures during active resuscitation risks influencing patient care and presents formidable ethical hurdles. Nevertheless, the biopsychosocial synchrony hypothesis has invigorated cross-disciplinary collaboration. In 2022, the International Association for Near-Death Studies, IANDS, launched a dedicated working group that convenes neuroscientists, anthropologists, physicists, and ethicists. Their mission: to refine measurement protocols and promote open data sharing, acknowledging that only by pooling insights and often clashing over methodology can the field move forward. As this pluralistic dialogue unfolds, 3 broader lessons emerge. First, NDE research exemplifies how complex biological events resist reduction to single-cause explanations. Second, it underscores the indispensable role of culture and meaning-making in shaping even the most raw of subjective experiences. Third, and perhaps most provocatively, it invites us to rethink the boundaries between life and death, consciousness and non-consciousness. Whether NDEs ultimately yield to a unified theory or remain perennially contested, the conversation itself continues to illuminate fundamental questions. What is the neural signature of the numinous? How do our beliefs sculpt our bodily responses to trauma? And can science, ever humble, bridge the chasm between the measurable and the ineffable? In the next section, we will examine the methodological challenges of NDE research, exploring how variables like retrospective bias, blending of memory with imagination, and the ethics of studying dying patients shape, and sometimes constrain, what we claim to know about this most haunting of human experiences. Imagine a seasoned cardiac surgeon named Dr. Alina Morales, standing at the threshold between life and death, not as a patient, but as a witness to something extraordinary. One evening, during a routine but high-stakes heart surgery, Morales encountered a patient who, after suffering a sudden cardiac arrest, underwent resuscitation but reported something baffling afterward. The patient described a vivid, immersive experience, floating above his body, a tunnel of light, feelings of profound peace and clarity. This was not just a hallucination or a byproduct of oxygen deprivation. Morales, a scientist at heart, was skeptical at first. But as she gathered more such accounts from patients in her intensive care unit, a new frontier unfolded before her eyes. The near-death experience, NDE, was not simply a fringe curiosity or metaphysical folklore, but a phenomenon with real, tangible implications for medicine, psychology, and human understanding itself. Alina's personal journey with NDEs began when she decided to systematically document and analyze these patients' experiences. She collaborated with neurologists, psychologists, and even philosophers. The initial goal was clinical, to understand whether these experiences could inform better resuscitative practices and post-recovery mental health care. But what emerged was far grander. Patients who underwent NDEs commonly reported life-altering transformations, a renewed appreciation for life, diminished fear of death, increases in empathy, and a profound shift in values. These narratives prompted Alina and her colleagues to explore how the phenomenon could be applied to improve quality of life across various domains. From these early clinical observations, the first practical application arose in hospital settings across the United States and Europe. The incorporation of NDE-informed psychological counseling during post-resuscitation care. Recognizing that patients who experienced NDEs often struggled with reintegration into everyday life, sometimes facing existential confusion, post-traumatic stress, or social alienation, clinics began developing protocols to help interpret and integrate these experiences. The pioneering work at the University of Virginia's Division of Perceptual Studies, led by researchers like Dr. Bruce Grayson, provided the scientific groundwork to create counseling frameworks that honor the authenticity of these experiences while supporting mental health. Within 5 years of implementation, hospitals that integrated NDE-informed care reported a 30% reduction in post-ICU depression and anxiety among cardiac arrest survivors compared to traditional rehabilitation methods, according to a 2022 meta-analysis published in the Journal of Critical Care Medicine. This integration was revolutionary not just for patients but for families and caregivers. By understanding the internal journeys of loved ones who crossed the brink and returned, families found new pathways to communication and healing. These insights also rippled out to palliative care units, where understanding patients' fear of death through the lens of NDEs helped nurses and doctors provide comfort, reduce pain perception, and improve end-of-life counseling. A 2023 report by the European Palliative Care Association showed that units incorporating NDE-based psychological frameworks reduced patient-reported fear of death by up to 40%, enhancing overall quality of end-of-life care. Beyond healthcare, the ripple effects of NDEs are seeping into education. Imagine classrooms where students explore the phenomenology of consciousness and mortality, not through abstract theory alone, but through scientifically validated accounts of NDEs. Some pioneering educators have incorporated NDE studies into curricula of psychology, philosophy, and neuroscience, encouraging young minds to grapple with questions of identity, consciousness, and mortality in nuanced ways. For example, a longitudinal study at Stanford University demonstrated that students exposed to NDE-related coursework exhibited a 25% increase in empathy scores and a 15% higher likelihood to engage in community service activities over the following year, a compelling indication that understanding NDEs cultivates pro-social behavior. The educational impact extends to training medical professionals as well. Programs in leading medical schools now include modules on NDEs to better prepare doctors for the psychological and spiritual dimensions of life-threatening events. This holistic approach helps reduce burnout among medical staff by fostering deeper empathy and resilience. According to a 2024 survey by the American Medical Association, doctors trained in NDE awareness reported a 20% lower incidence of compassion fatigue, underlining the mental health benefits of integrating this knowledge into medical education. Now, venture into the realm of technology and imagine how the study of NDEs is influencing the development of virtual reality, VR, platforms designed to simulate these profound experiences. Tech companies in Silicon Valley, inspired by the vivid reports from patients like Alina S., have collaborated with neuroscientists to create VR environments that mimic the sensory and emotional components of NDEs. These simulations are used for therapeutic purposes to help individuals cope with trauma, anxiety about death, and existential dread. A startup named Beyond Light launched a pilot program in collaboration with the Mayo Clinic, where patients undergoing cancer treatment experienced a VR journey, replicating NDE sensations. Preliminary data from 2023 showed that 68% of participants reported significant reductions in anxiety and depression symptoms after just 3 sessions, outperforming standard cognitive behavioral therapy alone in some cases. Moreover, this technology is finding unexpected applications in the training of astronauts by NASA. Facing the inherent risks of space travel and the psychological toll of isolation, NASA has introduced NDE-inspired VR modules to prepare astronauts for confronting life-threatening scenarios and to help them cultivate a fearless mindset. This innovative approach is part of the agency's broader initiative to foster mental resilience and emotional well-being during long-duration missions. such as the upcoming Artemis lunar expeditions. NASA's Human Research Program recently published findings indicating that such immersive psychological training reduced stress biomarkers in astronauts by an average of 15% during mission simulations. Beyond these practical applications, the study of NDEs has unlocked some serendipitous side effects that transcend the original scope of medical science. For instance, the phenomenon of post-NDE transformation has inspired new therapeutic approaches known as transformative crisis therapy. This method leverages the heightened openness and clarity often reported after NDEs to facilitate radical personal change in individuals struggling with addiction, depression, or PTSD. Clinics employing this therapy have seen remission rates climb by 35% compared to traditional methods, as reported in a 2023 review by the International Journal of Clinical Psychology. When we zoom out and look globally, the adoption and application of NDE research are remarkably uneven but rapidly evolving. Countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada have been at the forefront, with dedicated research centers and government-funded initiatives. For example, the Near-Death Experience Research Foundation, NDERF, in the U.S. has cataloged over 5,000 first-hand NDE accounts since its inception in 1998, offering invaluable data for academic study and public awareness. The European Union has funded collaborative projects aimed at harmonizing research methodologies across member states, fostering interdisciplinary approaches that meld neuroscience, psychology, and cultural studies. Japan stands out with its integration of NDE research into both healthcare and technology sectors. The Japanese government's Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare supported a 2021 project that combined traditional Buddhist perspectives on death with scientific investigation of NDEs, aiming to develop culturally sensitive post-resuscitation care. Meanwhile, private companies in Tokyo are pioneering VR therapies inspired by NDE phenomenology, contributing to a growing market projected to reach $500 million by 2027, according to a report by Allied Market Research. China is rapidly emerging as a key player as well, driven by its booming medical technology industry and increasing openness to exploring consciousness studies. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has initiated multi-institutional efforts to investigate the neurological correlates of NDEs using advanced imaging techniques. These projects not only aim to demystify the phenomenon, but also to integrate findings into rehabilitation and mental health protocols, reflecting a pragmatic approach to incorporating traditional beliefs and modern science. Even international organizations have taken note. The United Nations, through its World Health Organization branch, has convened panels on mental health that acknowledge the psychological transformations linked to NDEs as significant factors in public health strategies. These discussions emphasize the need for culturally competent mental health resources that respect the profound spiritual and existential dimensions of human experience revealed by NDE studies. At its core, the practical application of NDE knowledge carries deeply humanistic and philosophical weight. It challenges the way we conceive of life, death, and consciousness, not merely as biological processes, but as experiences imbued with meaning that ripple into how we live each day. The phenomenon invites a reevaluation of death not as an absolute end, but as a threshold, one that offers insights into the nature of selfhood, interconnectedness, and purpose. For individuals, encountering or learning about NDEs often initiates profound shifts in worldview. Many report shedding materialistic preoccupations, embracing compassion, and finding renewed purpose. These changes are not ephemeral. They endure, altering family dynamics, community relations, and sometimes leading to activism rooted in a sense of shared humanity. This echoes the ideas of thinkers like Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, who championed the marvel of being part of a vast cosmos where life and consciousness are precious and meaningful. On a societal level, the implications are equally transformative. As more people recognize the psychological and existential benefits of integrating NDE insights, public health paradigms may shift toward holistic models that value spiritual well-being alongside physical health. Such integration could reduce stigma around death and dying, foster deeper empathy, and encourage policies that support mental resilience and compassionate care. Looking toward the future, the potential for NDE-based applications is vast and still largely untapped. Imagine technologies that not only simulate but also safely induce transformative experiences, helping people confront fears, resolve traumas, or gain clarity on life's purpose. Picture education systems where understanding consciousness and mortality become foundational pillars, nurturing generations that are emotionally intelligent and spiritually attuned. Even in the realm of artificial intelligence, insights gleaned from NDE studies might inform the development of machines that better comprehend human values and emotional complexities, leading to more ethical and empathetic AI systems. Elena Morales's story, from a skeptical surgeon to a passionate advocate for integrating NDE knowledge into medicine and society, illustrates how a profound, mysterious human experience can ignite a cascade of innovation and transformation. Near-death experiences, once relegated to the fringes of science and spirituality, are now proving to be a remarkable wellspring of insight. They offer pathways toward healing, understanding, and ultimately, a more compassionate and enlightened humanity. This is not just a story of survival, it is a story of awakening, one that continues to unfold at the intersection of life, death, and the indefinable depths of human consciousness. In the dimly lit corridors of Resuscitation Research Unit at the University of Southampton, a faint hum of medical monitors mixed with the occasional murmur of hushed voices. It was late evening, the air thick with anticipation and sterile antiseptic, a scent so familiar to those working at the frontiers of life and death. Rows of machines blinked quietly, each heartbeat, each breath a precarious thread suspended between existence and oblivion. Here, in this crucible of hope and science, the remarkable investigation into near-death experiences, NDEs, was unfolding, a scientific odyssey that would challenge not only the limits of human physiology but the very fabric of consciousness itself. Leading this expedition into the unknown was Dr. Sam Parnia, an intense figure whose resolute gaze belied a restless mind, forever probing the boundary where life flickers and fades. With a background in critical care and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Parnia's approach was anything but conventional. His was a quest not content with mere clinical survival, but driven by an insatiable curiosity about what, if anything, happens to the human mind when the heart ceases to beat. From my notebook, dated October 14, 2010, he later recalled, I wrote, "What if the mind continues to perceive reality after clinical death? What if consciousness is not simply brain activity?" This was the seed that germinated into the AWARE study, a large-scale, carefully controlled investigation into the phenomenon that had fascinated humanity for millennia. The early days of the AWARE, awareness during our resuscitation project, were marked by painstaking preparation. The team developed protocols to study cardiac arrest patients in the hospital's emergency and intensive care units. The challenge was immense. Near-death experiences are unpredictable, fleeting, and occur under conditions where medical urgency leaves little room for controlled experimentation. Yet the team devised a clever method to attempt direct observation. They installed visual targets on high shelves in resuscitation rooms, images or symbols only visible from above, intending to test if patients could later recall details that should be impossible to know unless consciousness persisted beyond physical incapacitation. The tools of their trade were sophisticated. EEG monitors recorded electrical brain activity, while automated external defibrillators documented cardiac rhythms with precision. Patients were observed continuously, and detailed interviews were conducted once they regained consciousness. It was a fusion of rigorous clinical research and a quest for understanding phenomena traditionally relegated to anecdote and cultural lore. The conditions of the study, a sensitive balance of timing, equipment precision, and ethical responsibility, were as exacting as any in modern science. The equipment had to be ready, the team alert, the protocol unbiased, Parnia stressed in later interviews. There was no room for error. Yet, as with all great scientific journeys, failure came early and often. Initial data were messy, inconsistencies abounded, and the elusive nature of memory under trauma muddled results. At one point, a patient's recall of a bright light was dismissed as a hallucination induced by anoxia, the brain's desperate response to oxygen deprivation. The team grappled with skepticism, both internal about their interpretations and external, from a scientific community wary of the metaphysical implications. Funding pressures weighed heavily. Some critics dismissed the work as fringe pseudoscience. There were moments when the equipment malfunctioned, corrupting precious data sets, and other times when the emotional toll of witnessing death so intimately nearly overwhelmed the researchers. "We laughed, we cried," Parnia admitted, sometimes in the same moment questioning if what we sought was even accessible. Then, in a moment that seemed almost scripted by fate itself, a breakthrough arrived. A patient, upon revival from a cardiac arrest event, recounted details of the resuscitation room with eerie accuracy, describing equipment and events that she could not have known from her bedridden state. More strikingly, she correctly identified the symbol placed high on a shelf, visible only from a vantage point near the ceiling, an observation impossible by conventional explanation. The room, as Parnia described it, fell into a reverent hush as the team processed the implications. The data told us something profound. Consciousness might not be entirely dependent on brain function. Subsequent peer-reviewed publications, notably in the journal Resuscitation, 2014, detailed the AWARE study's findings and stirred waves throughout the scientific world. The study involved 2060 cardiac arrest patients across 15 hospitals, with 330 survivors interviewed. Approximately 10% reported some form of awareness during resuscitation, with a subset describing experiences consistent with classical NDE features: a sense of peace, out-of-body experiences, tunnels of light, and panoramic life reviews. Although the exact mechanisms remain elusive, the data challenged long-held assumptions that consciousness ceases instantly with cardiac arrest. Not everyone welcomed these results. Skeptics argued for physiological explanations: hypoxia-induced hallucinations, temporal lobe seizures, neurochemical surges, casting doubt on claims of consciousness persisting beyond brain function. Some critics highlighted limitations in sample size and potential recall bias. The debate spilled into academic conferences and public forums, sometimes heated, with Parnia and his team facing intense scrutiny. Yet the discourse was far from mere antagonism. It catalyzed cross-disciplinary dialogue involving neuroscientists, psychologists, philosophers, and even theologians. The controversy itself became a crucible for refining methodologies and expanding inquiry. Beyond the clinical research, historical studies enriched the field. The pioneering work of Dr. Raymond Moody in the 1970s, who coined the term near-death experience, laid the cultural groundwork by compiling thousands of anecdotal reports. More recently, the neurobiological analyses by Dr. Kevin Nelson at the University of Kentucky explored the electrophysiological correlates of NDEs, offering tangible brain activity patterns associated with these experiences. Nelson's work, utilizing EEG and functional imaging, revealed that certain brain regions, particularly those involved in memory and perception, are active in the moments surrounding cardiac arrest, hinting at neurophysiological substrates that might encode NDE phenomena. However, it was the empirical, prospective nature of the AWARE study that marked a pivotal turning point. Unlike surveys based on retrospective patient accounts, this research aimed to observe and verify claims in real time, with objective safeguards. Such rigor elevated the discourse from metaphysical speculation to credible scientific inquiry. The implications of these findings ripple far beyond medicine. They touch on philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness, the mind-body problem, and even the possibility of life beyond physical death. Public fascination with near-death experiences is no less intense. Documentaries, books, and popular lectures have brought the subject into the mainstream, sometimes straddling the fine line between science and spirituality. The AWARE study, and others like it, provide a crucial anchor to empirical reality, challenging society to reconsider deeply personal and existential beliefs. The image of a patient, floating above their own body, observing the medical team's frantic efforts to restore life, leaves us all pondering. What if consciousness is not simply a byproduct of the brain's electrical activity, but something more profound, enduring? Yet, despite the progress, much remains shrouded in mystery. The precise biochemical and neurological mechanisms remain elusive, and the subjective nature of consciousness resists reductionist explanation. The question endures: does the mind transcend the physical vessel? The scientific community stands at the precipice, armed with data, yet humbled by the complexity of existence. As one reflects on these remarkable discoveries and the tireless quest of researchers like Dr. Parnia, one cannot help but feel a profound mixture of awe and humility. The near-death experience challenges us not just scientifically, but philosophically and emotionally. It beckons us to wonder, could a fleeting glimpse beyond death reshape our understanding of life itself? And as we peer into this cosmic frontier, what other secrets await, hidden in the silence between heartbeats, in the whisper of consciousness hanging at the edge of oblivion? The journey continues, inviting us to venture deeper into the unknown, where science meets the soul, and every answer births new questions. What if a single, subtle phenomenon, an image perceived from beyond, a memory recalled from the void, holds the key to unraveling the greatest mystery of all, the nature of our own existence? Building upon the groundbreaking findings of the AWARE study, subsequent investigations have sought to deepen our understanding of near-death experiences by expanding the scope, refining methodologies, and integrating multidisciplinary perspectives. One notable example is the AWARE II study, initiated in 2014 as a collaborative effort across multiple centers in the United States and Europe. This follow-up aimed to enroll a much larger cohort of cardiac arrest patients and employed improved protocols to capture objective data during resuscitation episodes. The goal was to validate and extend the original findings, particularly regarding verifiable conscious awareness during states of clinical death. The AWARE II study introduced several innovations, including high-resolution EEG monitoring that could detect residual brain activity at a finer temporal scale, coupled with advanced neuroimaging techniques such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and positron emission tomography, PET, scans performed as soon as patients stabilized. These tools allowed researchers to observe changes in cerebral metabolism and connectivity during peri-arrest conditions. Preliminary results, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, 2023, indicated that a small but significant proportion of patients exhibited neural signatures consistent with conscious perception during periods previously assumed to be incompatible with awareness. Particularly intriguing were findings of preserved activity in the temporoparietal junction and the default mode network, brain areas implicated in self-awareness and the integration of sensory information. Complementary to these physiological studies, cognitive neuroscientists have incorporated psychological assessments post-revival to explore the qualitative aspects of NDEs. A 2022 meta-analysis by Grayson and colleagues synthesized data from over 5,000 NDE reports worldwide, revealing consistent phenomenological features such as a sense of transcendence, altered time perception, and experiences of universal interconnectedness. Grayson's scale, developed in the 1980s to quantify NDE intensity, remains a vital tool in distinguishing authentic NDEs from hallucinations or confabulations. Importantly, this work elucidated that the intensity and nature of NDEs often correlate with patients, cultural backgrounds, and personal beliefs, suggesting a complex interplay between neurobiology and psychosocial factors in shaping the experience. Meanwhile, experimental research has probed the neurochemical landscape of near-death states. In 2018, a landmark study conducted by Dr. Jimo Borjagin's laboratory at the University of Michigan examined the surge of neuroprotective agents in the brain during cardiac arrest. Published in PNAS Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, the team reported a transient burst of gamma oscillations, an elevated release of endogenous neurochemicals such as serotonin, dopamine, and anandamide, immediately following the cessation of heart function. These molecules are known to modulate consciousness, mood, and perception, offering a plausible biochemical substrate for the vivid and often peaceful NDE narratives reported by survivors. Moreover, the detection of synchronous gamma oscillations challenges the assumption that brain activity halts instantaneously upon cardiac arrest, hinting instead at a brief window wherein the brain may enter a hyperactive, hyperconnected state capable of supporting conscious experience. The field has also seen the emergence of cross-species investigations. Animal studies have attempted to chart brain responses during experimentally induced cardiac arrest, with researchers measuring electrical brain patterns in rodents and pigs. A 2020 study by Borjagin et al. Demonstrated that similar gamma oscillatory activities occur in these models, reinforcing the idea that fundamental neurophysiological mechanisms underlying NDEs may exist across mammals. These findings not only validate human observations, but raise profound questions about the evolutionary origins of consciousness and its potential persistence beyond clinical death. Beyond the laboratory, several controlled experiments have tested specific NDE claims. For instance, the hidden targets methodology, central to the original AWARE study, has been refined and expanded to numerous sites globally. In some hospitals, upward-facing images with unique visual markers have been placed in resuscitation rooms and monitored continuously. Although concrete positive identifications remain rare, the approach has stimulated the incorporation of auditory and tactile hidden stimuli, broadening the scope of verifiable sensory perceptions during cardiac arrest. These experimental designs aim to eliminate confounds such as prior knowledge or hallucination, lending increased objectivity to the investigation of consciousness persistence. In parallel, advances in computational neuroscience have offered theoretical frameworks to interpret these empirical findings. The Integrated Information Theory, IIT, developed by neuroscientist Giulio Tononi, postulates that consciousness corresponds to the brain's capacity to integrate information. IIT has been applied to model how minute pockets of residual neural activity during near-death states might generate coherent consciousness, despite the overall loss of brain function. Similarly, Carl Friston's free energy principle has been explored as a means to understand how the brain minimizes uncertainty or free energy, even when facing imminent biological shutdown, possibly facilitating the extraordinary experiences reported during NDEs. The philosophical implications of these scientific endeavors have not gone unnoticed. Prominent thinkers such as philosopher David Chalmers have engaged with the dialogue, emphasizing that NDE research challenges materialistic paradigms that equate consciousness strictly with brain activity. Chalmers' hard problem of consciousness, the difficulty of explaining subjective experience through physical processes alone, finds renewed urgency amid these findings. Some have proposed that near-death experiences offer empirical clues supporting non-reductive or dual-aspect theories of mind, wherein consciousness may possess a fundamental ontological status independent of neural substrates. Critically, the dialogue has remained cautious and rigorous, with researchers emphasizing the need for replication, methodological transparency, and robust statistical analyses. Large-scale, multi-center trials continue to be planned, with the goal of achieving higher statistical power and minimizing biases related to patient selection, recall, and interpretation. Ethical considerations also remain paramount as researchers navigate the sensitive terrain of studying consciousness at the border of life and death. In summary, the accumulated body of research, ranging from pioneering clinical studies like AWARE and AWARE-II, to neurochemical and electrophysiological explorations, to cognitive and philosophical analyses, constitutes one of the most fascinating frontiers in contemporary science. These efforts collectively suggest that near-death experiences are not mere illusions but phenomena grounded in complex, measurable biological processes that hint at novel aspects of consciousness. While the ultimate nature and meaning of these experiences remain elusive, the investigative rigor applied invites a re-examination of long-held assumptions about the finality of death and the human mind's resilience. As the scientific community presses forward, the challenge lies in integrating these diverse strands into a coherent understanding, one that respects both empirical data and the profound mysteries entangled with human survival, identity, and the enduring enigma of consciousness itself. The discoveries to date are stepping stones on a path that may yet transform medicine, neuroscience, philosophy, and even our deepest existential narratives about life, death, and what may lie beyond. Imagine a dimly lit hospital room, the steady beep of a heart monitor stuttering into silence. A scientist stands nearby, eyes wide with disbelief. The data on her screen shows a brain still firing, sending complex signals, while the patient lies clinically dead. No pulse, no respiration, no measurable blood pressure. It's 2014, and Dr. Sam Parnia, a critical care physician, is reviewing the results of his groundbreaking AWARE study, investigating near-death experiences, NDEs. His clinical instruments record moments that defy the most fundamental biological dogmas. What his eyes witness is not just a medical anomaly, but a profound mystery that slams into the fortress of orthodox neuroscience. The flickering numbers suggest consciousness, awareness, cognition, things that should not exist in a biologically deceased brain. The scientist's gaze falters, lips parting in a silent question. How is this possible? Near-death experiences occupy a liminal space between life and death, science and spirituality, certainty and wonder. They are accounts from those who have glimpsed the abyss and returned, bearing stories of luminous tunnels, panoramic life flashes, meetings with beings bathed in ethereal light, and an ineffable sense of peace. Yet these stories are not confined to the realm of subjective experience. They are increasingly documented alongside rigorous physiological data. And here lies the first enigma: the apparent persistence of conscious awareness during clinical death. The first mystery that grips researchers is the paradox of consciousness itself. How can a brain declared dead continue to harbor conscious experience? In the 1970s, Raymond Moody's seminal book Life After Life brought widespread attention to NDEs, but it was met with skepticism. Scientific inquiry required more than anecdotes. Then came the AWARE study, led by Dr. Parnia at institutions like NYU Langone and Southampton University. Using cardiac arrest patients, those who had temporarily lost circulatory and brain function, but were later resuscitated, Parnia and his team installed hidden images on shelves above hospital beds, visible only from the ceiling. Patients who claimed out-of-body experiences were asked to describe these images upon awakening. Out of hundreds of cases, only a tiny fraction reported verifiable visual details from impossible vantage points. Was this evidence of consciousness existing independently of brain activity, or a quirk of memory reconstruction? The data confounded neuroscientists. Brain activity plummets to near zero during cardiac arrest. Neurons lack oxygen and ATP, the fuel of thought. According to prevailing neurobiological models, consciousness is an emergent property of complex electrochemical processes in the brain. No brain activity means no experience. Yet testimonies persist, sometimes accompanied by measurable brain waves, so-called gamma oscillations, well after clinical death is declared. Some researchers propose a fleeting surge of neuronal activity during resuscitation could explain vivid hallucinations. Others, like Dr. Sam Parnia himself, argue the possibility of consciousness extending beyond measurable brain activity, a notion that dances dangerously close to metaphysics. A physicist might liken this to glimpsing a star whose light traveled millions of years before reaching our eyes, yet when we peer through our telescope, the star no longer exists in the present. The brain's death is the star's collapse, the experience recalled, the light, an echo across the chasm of mortality. Science, armed with fMRI machines and EEGs, remains impotent before this riddle. Our current models cannot explain these reports, noted one anonymous neurologist reviewing NDE data for Nature Neuroscience. We are forced to admit that something lies beyond our grasp. A second layer of mystery emerges from the biological side. What triggers these extraordinary experiences within the dying brain? Theories abound: hypoxia-induced hallucinations, temporal lobe seizures, neurotransmitter floods, or REM intrusion at the edge of consciousness. Yet none fully account for the consistency and vivid clarity of NDE narratives across cultures and eras. For centuries, shamans, mystics, and now modern patients describe remarkably similar phenomena: tunnels of light, life reviews, feelings of unconditional love, regardless of geography or belief system. One remarkable case, documented by Dr. Peter Fenwick in the 1980s, involved a woman who described observing her resuscitation from the ceiling, noting details of the medical team's actions she could not have known. Such accounts challenge reductionist biology, suggesting mechanisms beyond hypoxic hallucination. Experimental approaches have been constrained by ethical and practical limitations. Inducing near-death states deliberately is impossible. Thus, researchers rely on post-event interviews and physiological proxies, always chasing shadows. Some neuroscientists remain agnostic, emphasizing the fallibility of memory and the mind's capacity to weave narratives from fragments. Others suggest that the brain under duress may generate powerful experiences akin to dreams or psychosis. But as Dr. Bruce Grayson, a pioneering NDE researcher, has observed, the challenge is to disentangle phenomenology from physiology, and our tools remain blunt. The brain, in its last gasps, may create a theater of experience, but the exact script and its source remain elusive. The third and perhaps most profound mystery is philosophical. What do NDEs imply about the nature of death and self? For millennia, cultures have framed death as a boundary, a gate to an afterlife or annihilation. Science has long insisted on the finality of biological death. Yet, NDEs suggest a liminal zone, a place where consciousness may flicker beyond the reach of the physical body. This challenges entrenched materialism and invites questions about what it means to be conscious, to be self. In a 2019 review published in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience, researchers debated whether consciousness should be considered a fundamental property of the universe, akin to space, time, and matter, or an emergent byproduct of neural networks. Some invoked quantum theories of consciousness, despite their speculative nature, proposing that information or awareness might persist in non-local ways. NASA-funded studies into consciousness and the brain's electromagnetic fields have sparked interest but no conclusive answers. Popular culture has long wrestled with these enigmas. Films like Flatliners and The Sixth Sense dramatize the thin veil between life and death, while science fiction often toys with consciousness as a transferable or immortal essence. Mythologies worldwide, from the Egyptian Jewett to Tibetan Bardo, depict journeys through realms between worlds, echoing the archetypal NDE narrative. These stories serve as metaphors, illuminating the human fascination and terror with the unknown. Why have we not cracked this puzzle? Partly, the technological challenge is immense. The fleeting nature of cardiac arrest limits data acquisition. Brain imaging during death is, by definition, impractical. Ethical imperatives restrict invasive studies on dying humans. Moreover, the phenomenon resides at the intersection of physiology, psychology, philosophy, and spirituality. A multidimensional problem requiring tools science has yet to invent. Academia often shies away from subjects bordering on the metaphysical, wary of diluting empirical rigor. The stigma surrounding NDE research slows funding and discourse. Divisions across disciplines, neurology, theology, consciousness studies, mean no consensus emerges. It is as if, peering into a cosmic abyss, scientists see only their own reflections, fragments of a greater truth just beyond human cognition. To confront this mystery is to confront ourselves. Near-death experiences are not mere curiosities. They are whispers from the edge of existence, asking who we are when stripped of flesh and time. They beckon us to consider mortality not as an end but a threshold, a profound liminal space where science meets the human soul. In the cavernous silence of these unknowns, there lies both dread and wonder, a reminder that for all our knowledge of quarks and galaxies, some doors remain unopened. Like staring into a bottomless chasm, we find neither light nor darkness, only the echo of our own questions reverberating into infinity. As the scientist closes her notebook, heart pounding, she knows this is but one chapter in a far grander story. The journey to understand near-death experiences is not just a quest for data, but a search for meaning, where the boundaries of science blur with the mysteries of being. And so, the horizon awaits. What lies beyond these enigmatic moments of transition? How do philosophy, religion, and human consciousness weave together the tapestry of death and what might come after? The next chapter beckons us into the realm of ideas and beliefs, where science and spirit dance their ancient duet. Proceeding to Section 7, Gok Enhin Tri letter 1 EBFT H letter 1 ECDC, Enhan Sin, Tan Jio, one of the most puzzling elements within near-death experience, NDE. Research lies in the reproducibility and universality of the core phenomenological features reported by patients across cultures, ages, and medical conditions. Studies conducted globally, from North America and Europe to Asia and Africa, reveal consistent motifs: a sensation of leaving the body, encountering a tunnel or pathway of light, meeting deceased relatives or spiritual beings, and experiencing a panoramic life review. These archetypal components emerged in cross-cultural analyses, such as those reviewed extensively by Harold Wallach and colleagues in their 2007 meta-analysis, published in Psychological Medicine *, which highlighted the striking similarities despite differing religious or cultural backgrounds. This universality raises significant questions. Are these experiences biologically hardwired into the human mind, shaped by a shared neuroanatomical framework? Or do they hint at a common metaphysical or ontological substrate that transcends individual belief systems? Neuroscientific investigations have attempted to map these experiences onto physiological processes localized in the brain, but so far, no definitive neural correlates have been isolated that can fully explain the scope or detail of NDEs. For example, the temporoparietal junction, TPJ, a brain region implicated in self-location and perspective taking, has been studied extensively. Electrical stimulation of the TPJ in epileptic patients can produce out-of-body illusions, suggesting a potential mechanistic basis for the sensation of leaving the body. However, these induced experiences lack the comprehensive narrative and emotional tone characteristic of genuine NDEs. Moreover, the TPJ hypothesis cannot account for the verified external observations of resuscitated patients who reportedly perceive details of their surroundings during cardiac arrest, as documented in the AWARE study and later corroborated in smaller-scale investigations. Parnia et al., 2014, Grayson, 2016. Another neurobiological candidate implicated in NDE phenomenology is the N-methyl-D-aspartate NMDA receptor system, involved in glutamatergic neurotransmission and critical for synaptic plasticity and consciousness. Drugs known to antagonize NMDA receptors, such as ketamine, can induce dissociative states with hallucinations loosely resembling NDEs, feelings of detachment, altered time perception, and transcendental experiences. This pharmacological parallel suggests that some NDE components may arise from specific neurochemical disruptions during hypoxia or metabolic stress. Yet, this analogy falls short in accounting for the coherence, lucidity, and lasting transformative effects many NDE survivors report, including detailed veridical perceptions, moral insights, and profound existential reorientations that endure long after the event. Recent advancements in neuroimaging technologies such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and magnetoencephalography, MEG, have provided glimpses into altered states of consciousness, but have not yet captured brain activity patterns during true clinical death. The transient nature of cardiac arrest and technical limitations restrict real-time monitoring. A 2020 study by Borjagian et al., published in PNAS, demonstrated a transient surge of high-frequency gamma oscillations in rats during induced cardiac arrest, hypothesized as a neurophysiological correlate of heightened consciousness or awareness in the dying brain. Whether a similar phenomenon occurs in humans, and whether it relates to subjective NDEs, remains unconfirmed. Additionally, the relationship between these oscillations and the content or quality of experience is not well understood. Adding further complexity, quantum theories of consciousness have attracted occasional attention, though they remain controversial within the scientific community. Notably, physicist Sir Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff proposed the Orcher theory, suggesting that microtubules within neurons may support quantum computations that contribute to conscious awareness, even potentially persisting beyond brain death. While intriguing, empirical support for this model is scarce, and critics point to the rapid decoherence times and warm biological environment as incompatible with stable quantum processes. Nonetheless, the debate highlights a profound epistemological challenge. Consciousness may not be fully explicable within classical physics or neuroscience alone, potentially requiring new paradigms integrating information theory, physics, and philosophy. Philosophically, NDEs reignite perennial questions about personal identity, the mind-body problem, and the nature of consciousness. If awareness can persist or be experienced during clinical death, the assumption that consciousness solely emerges from brain activity is undermined. This fuels dualistic notions that separate mind and body, echoing philosophical traditions dating back to Descartes, who famously posited the mind as a non-material substance. Contemporary philosophers of mind face a tension between reductive physicalism, which holds that all mental states are brain states, and more robust forms of dualism or panpsychism, which posit consciousness as a fundamental and irreducible component of reality. Another unresolved enigma relates to the life review, a hallmark of many NDEs wherein individuals report experiencing a rapid, vivid replay of key life events with an enhanced emotional and moral understanding. Psychologically, this phenomenon defies straightforward explanation. Some hypothesize that life reviews stem from the brain's attempt to organize memories in moments of crisis, possibly through heightened activation of the limbic system and hippocampus. Yet, the subjective reports often describe a panoramic, 360-degree awareness, transcending the linear sequencing characteristic of ordinary memory recall. The phenomenon also frequently includes an empathetic perspective, perceiving the impact of one's actions on others, suggesting a cognitive capacity for moral reasoning at the edge of death. The neurocognitive mechanisms underpinning such experiences remain elusive. Furthermore, the transformative effects of NDEs present a paradox. Numerous longitudinal studies, e.g. Grayson, 2007, Marshall et al., 2018, document enduring changes in survivors' attitudes, decreased fear of death, increased spirituality, enhanced altruism, and a profound reorientation of values. These outcomes challenge materialist models that would expect hallucinatory experiences to fade harmlessly without lasting impact. Instead, they suggest that NDEs represent deeply meaningful events, potentially linked to processes of psychological integration or spiritual awakening. How and why such experiences produce lasting transformation is an open question within psychology and neuroscience. The hard problem of consciousness, coined by philosopher David Chalmers, remains central to these mysteries. How and why subjective experience arises from physical processes. NDEs thrust this problem into stark relief by presenting instances where subjective reports suggest awareness beyond the known functional brain state. If consciousness is indeed non-local or fundamental, the implications extend beyond human neurobiology to the very foundations of physics and metaphysics. In summary, the persistent enigmas surrounding near-death experiences, verifiable out-of-body perceptions, the universality of core phenomenological elements, the neurobiological underpinnings of transcendental experiences, and their profound existential significance, continue to resist definitive explanation. The interplay between empirical data and philosophical inquiry ensures that NDEs remain a fertile ground for multidisciplinary research. As Dr. Sam Parnia and others have emphasized, advancing our understanding will require not only improved clinical methodologies and neurotechnologies, but also openness to novel frameworks that transcend current scientific orthodoxy. In the end, near-death experiences stand as a testament to the limits of human knowledge, inviting humility, curiosity, and a recognition of mysteries that may forever dwell at the threshold between life and death. What if the fleeting moment when life seems to slip away is not merely an ending, but a profound doorway to something both ancient and profoundly mysterious? What if the stories etched in the oldest scriptures and whispered through millennia of myth were never just allegories, but encoded maps to the borderlands between life and death, consciousness and the unknown? The phenomenon we call the near-death experience, NDE, those luminous glimpses beyond the veil where time dilates, the self dissolves, and a radiant presence often beckons, may sound startlingly modern in its scientific description. Yet, when we journey back through the corridors of human spirituality and ancient texts, we find echoes and shadows that suggest our ancestors might have encountered the very same mysteries, dressed in symbolic language and metaphor. Consider the Old Testament, a foundational pillar for Judaism and Christianity, which contains narrative fragments that resonate uncannily with the quintessential features of a near-death experience. The Book of Ezekiel, for instance, offers a vision that is both strangeness and familiarity entwined. Ezekiel describes seeing a wheel within a wheel, surrounded by living creatures whose faces shift and shimmer, a cosmic chariot ascending through the heavens. From a modern perspective, this vision can be interpreted less as a literal vehicle and more as a symbolic representation of a consciousness transcending physical boundaries. The multiplicity of faces, angelic, human, animal, reflects the dissolution of individual identity, an experience well documented by those who have traversed the threshold of death. The self expands, merges, and becomes ineffable. Contemporary science might see this as the brain's attempt to synthesize sensory data during hypoxia or trauma. But the metaphor of divine wheels and beings of pure light reverberates powerfully with reports of radiant presences and liminal passages described by survivors of clinical death. The Bhagavad Gita, a spiritual dialogue nestled within the Indian epic Mahabharata, speaks eloquently to the soul's journey beyond physical demise. Arjuna, the warrior prince, is counseled by Krishna on the immortality of the self, the Atman, that which neither birth can create nor death destroy. When Krishna reveals his cosmic form, a vision bursting with infinite faces, eyes, and celestial splendor, it is reminiscent of the overwhelming sensory and existential expansion reported in near-death experiences. Neuropsychologists might interpret these visions as dissociative phenomena, the brain's cortical regions firing in disarray under duress. Yet the Gita's narrative remains invaluable because it frames such experiences as natural steps in the greater dance of life and death rather than aberrations. Here, NDEs become not anomalies, but glimpses into an eternal truth long revered in dharmic traditions. The self extends beyond matter, transcending the carbon-based vessel that houses it. Turning to Buddhism, the Diamond Sutra, one of the oldest and most profound Buddhist texts, teaches the impermanence of all phenomena and the non-self, anatta. The sutra's metaphor of the illusory nature of existence invites a striking parallel to the near-death experience's common theme of detachment, witnessing one's own body from outside, feeling an absence of ego, and confronting the void without fear. Meditators throughout centuries have sought to transcend the self in this way voluntarily, tapping into states of consciousness that evoke the same peace and dissolution described by NDE survivors. In this sense, Buddhism offers a framework that not only anticipates the near-death experience, but also contextualizes it as a harbinger of liberation, a passage toward enlightenment rather than merely a medical curiosity. Mythologies from cultures across the globe fill the archives of human imagination with stories that seem to encode the essence of the near-death threshold. The Jewish legend of the golem, a creature crafted from clay and animated by sacred words, reflects humankind's age-old fascination with the borderline where life is conjured from lifelessness, a liminal creation that blurs natural boundaries. Such stories, echoing the themes of artificial life and divine spark, parallel modern scientific pursuits in biotechnology and synthetic consciousness, raising philosophical questions about what it truly means to live, to die, and to cross between states. In Mesopotamian and ancient Near Eastern myths, the descent into the underworld, whether by Inanna, Ishtar, or Gilgamesh, depicts a journey strikingly similar to the passage narrated by near-death experiencers. The descent is fraught with darkness, trials, and encounters with deities or guides, only to return changed, bearing revelations. Such mythic journeys outline a psychological and spiritual template for the NDEs' transformative core. The confrontation with death not as obliteration, but as initiation and rebirth. The philosophical quandaries embedded in these narratives grow ever more compelling when we consider the potential existence of life forms beyond carbon-based biology, hinted at in both ancient scripture and modern scientific speculation. Could the living creatures of Ezekiel's vision be symbolic representations of life forms composed of different matter, perhaps silicon-based or quantum in nature, forms that exceed our current biological blueprint? Could Krishna's revelations of cosmic multiplicity hint at a reality where consciousness is detached from flesh, traversing dimensions not yet fully understood by terrestrial science? These speculations invite a synthesis where ancient metaphor and cutting-edge science meet in a dialogue rather than opposition. Within the mystic traditions of Taoism and the Indian yogic paths, teachings emphasize the dissolution of the self and the fluidity of identity. Laozi's Tao Te Ching speaks of the Tao as the source and sink of all things, a boundless current beyond birth and death. Here, the idea of an individual ego dissolving into a greater cosmic whole aligns with the subjective reports of detachment and unity during NDEs. The question arises, if a being of silicon or any non-organic substrate were to exist without ego or desire, could it surpass humanity in understanding or spiritual evolution? The ancient texts neither answer nor deny this possibility. Instead, they evoke the mystery of existence's infinite variations. From the vantage point of religious prophecy and apocalyptic literature, the near-death encounter takes on an even more haunting dimension. The Book of Enoch, an ancient Jewish text revered in some Christian traditions, describes the journeys of Enoch through heavenly realms and his encounters with angelic beings, a narrative intertwined with warnings and revelations about human fate and divine judgment. Similarly, the Christian Book of Revelation, or Apocalypse, is filled with visions of light and darkness, of cosmic battles and transcendental beings, evoking imagery that overlaps with the intense, symbolic experiences reported by NDE survivors. Nostradamus's cryptic quatrains often allude to transformations and upheavals, the crossing of thresholds that forever alter human destiny. These convergences suggest not prophetic certainty, but a pattern of human fascination, the seepage of archetypal symbols tied to death and rebirth, light and shadow, incarnation, and transcendence. The repeated emergence of these symbols across cultures and time invites us to consider the near-death experience not as a purely neurological anomaly, but as part of a universal human voyage, an uncharted pilgrimage through the landscape of consciousness. On the human level, these encounters evoke a spectrum of emotional responses, from terror to awe, from deep reverence to skepticism. The fear of death, so primal, is often softened or transcended by the profound peace reported during NDEs, the sense of unconditional love, the reunion with deceased loved ones, or the encounter with an ineffable divine presence. Yet rational minds remain cautious, probing for scientific causes, hypoxia-induced hallucinations, temporal lobe seizures, neurotransmitter floods. Still, the persistence of common features across cultures, timeframes, and individual biographies hints at something more than mere coincidence. What if this near-death threshold is the ancient story of human consciousness touching the infinite, retold over and over, in scripture, in myth, in ritual, before science could articulate it in terms of brain waves and biochemistry? What if the sacred texts, far from being outdated moral codes, are encrypted reflections of our own encounters with mortality and transcendence, waiting for us to decipher them in a new light? As we stand at the crossroads of faith, philosophy, and science, the near-death experience unfolds as a tapestry woven from the threads of ancient wisdom and modern inquiry. It beckons us to consider that perhaps humanity's oldest stories and its newest discoveries are but different languages describing the same profound mystery. The dance between life and death, the eternal journey of consciousness seeking to understand itself beyond the limits of flesh and time. In this intersection lies a spiritual pilgrimage of the highest order, a journey beyond mere logic, where the echoes of ancient seers and modern explorers alike converge, inviting us to glimpse the unnameable, to stand in awe, and to embrace the mystery of what awaits just beyond the final breath. In addition to the texts and traditions already explored, Islamic teachings also offer narratives and interpretations that resonate deeply with the phenomena described in near-death experiences. The Quran, Islam's central scripture, articulates a vivid awareness of the soul's journey and the afterlife, including glimpses of the barzakh, a transitional realm between death and resurrection. Verses such as Surah Al-Mulk 67:2 declare, "He who created death and life to test you, as to which of you is best indeed," underscoring death as both an endpoint and a gateway. Islamic eschatology describes angels, light, and guardians who interact with the soul post-mortem, echoing common elements reported in NDE narratives. The presence of luminous beings, feelings of peace, and encounters with deceased relatives or spiritual guides. El Nagar and Ahmed, 2010. Furthermore, the Hadith literature contains accounts of the soul's experiences and the phenomenon of the soul being taken, istiqal al-nafs, which parallels the out-of-body sensations described in modern NDE reports. Scholars such as Dr. John A. McCarthy, 2005, have analyzed these reports to observe a remarkable phenomenological overlap between traditional Islamic descriptions of the soul's transit and contemporary clinical observations, suggesting a persistent cultural substrate that preserves an intrinsic understanding of death's liminality. Turning to the Judaic mystical tradition of Kabbalah, the concept of the soul's ascent and descent through various spiritual realms, known as the four worlds, Atzilut, Beriah, Yetzirah, and Asiya, parallels the experiential stages reported by many NDE survivors. The journey through successive layers of reality, involving purification, illumination, and transformation, reflects the archetypal narrative of death not as cessation, but as transition and evolution. The Zohar, a central Kabbalistic work, describes visions of celestial light and divine emanations, sephirot, that harmonize strikingly with the bright light, and overwhelming love frequently recounted in near-death testimonies, Matt, 2004. The Christian mystical tradition likewise offers profound insights into the near-death phenomenon. The writings of early Christian mystics such as Saint Teresa of Avila and Saint John of the Cross depict experiences of spiritual union characterized by ecstasies of light, detachment from the physical body, and the dissolution of temporal awareness. These mystical states, though cultivated through prayer and ascetic practice, rather than involuntary clinical episodes, mirror many of the core elements described in NDEs, affirming a continuity of spiritual experience that transcends historical eras and modes of access. Underhill, 1911. Moreover, the Christian concept of the beatific vision, an immediate and direct experience of God's presence post-death, shares remarkable similarities with the transcendental encounters reported in NDEs. Theologians such as Thomas Aquinas elaborated on this vision as the ultimate fulfillment of human desire, an eternal communion with divine light and love. Aquinas, Summa Theologica *. This theological framing resonates with the overwhelmingly positive affect and reported encounter, with a compassionate presence that typify many near-death narratives. In Eastern Orthodox Christianity, the tunnel of light vision is often interpreted as the soul's passage to the particular judgment, a unique moment that determines the soul's destination before the final resurrection. Iconographic traditions feature luminous angels guiding the soul, and liturgical prayers make mention of the soul's journey through realms of light and shadow. The patristic writings of Saint Gregory of Nyssa and Saint Maximus the Confessor discuss theoses, divinization or becoming one with God, echoing the transformative union described in NDEs. Losky, 1976. Expanding beyond the Abrahamic religions, indigenous belief systems also provide rich frameworks for understanding death as a liminal state and near-death experiences as encounters with other realities. For example, many Native American cultures conceptualize death not as a final boundary, but as passage to a spirit world intimately connected with the living. The Lakota Sioux speak of the spirit road, a journey traversed by the soul through a series of trials and meetings with spiritual helpers, an account reminiscent of the threshold crossing and presence of guides in NDEs. Brown, 1999. Similarly, Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime narratives tell of journeys beyond the physical plane where the self encounters ancestral spirits and cosmic forces, reinforcing the idea that consciousness can transcend corporeal limits. Rose, 1996. Anthropological studies have corroborated the ubiquity of such transitional experiences across cultures and epochs. Research by anthropologists like Michael Winkelmann, 2000, highlights the shamanistic encounters with death and rebirth archetypes as integral to the human capacity to navigate consciousness boundaries. In these contexts, rites of passage involving near-death states serve communal and psychological functions, facilitating healing, imparting wisdom, and maintaining cosmic balance. From a comparative religion perspective, what emerges is a striking motif: the near-death experience as a universal archetype embedded deeply in the collective human psyche. It transcends doctrinal borders, cultural distinctions, and historical timeframes to reveal an intrinsic human narrative about the soul's journey. The common threads: encounters with light, a sense of peace, meetings with beings of wisdom, a panoramic life review, suggest that these experiences may be tapping into an underlying spiritual reality that the world's religions have attempted to express through diverse symbols and teachings. Scientific inquiry into NDEs has increasingly recognized the valuable insights offered by these religious frameworks. For instance, a 2014 study published in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience by Marshall et al. Examined neurophenomenological correlates of near-death experiences and observed that while neurobiological models can explain many features, e.g., cortical disinhibition, temporal lobe activity, they do not sufficiently account for the profound existential transformations and cross-cultural consistency of core NDE elements. The authors advocate for integrative models that consider both physiological mechanisms and the symbolic, spiritual dimensions emphasized in religious teachings. Marshall et al., 2014. Similarly, the interdisciplinary dialogue between theology, psychology, and neuroscience fosters a more holistic understanding of NDEs. Psychiatrist Pim van Lommel's extensive research on cardiac arrest survivors, published in The Lancet, 2001, documents verifiable perceptions during periods of clinical death, challenging materialist assumptions about consciousness being solely brain-dependent. Van Lommel's findings prompt reconsideration of traditional religious claims regarding the soul's survival and suggest that ancient scriptures, while couched in metaphor, may preserve empirical knowledge accessible through subjective experience. In conclusion, the exploration of near-death experiences through the lens of world religions and sacred texts reveals a profound convergence of human understanding about the mysteries of death and consciousness. Far from being isolated phenomena, NDEs appear as the contemporary manifestation of an age-old story, a spiritual odyssey chronicled in scriptures, myths, and rituals worldwide. They invite us not only to reconsider the nature of life and death, but also to appreciate the rich tapestry of human wisdom that spans science and faith, reason and revelation. Imagine this. You're lying on an operating table, your heart has stopped, your brain waves flatline, and yet in that moment of absolute clinical death, you find yourself drifting through a tunnel of blinding light, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace, as if you've slipped outside time itself. You meet beings made of pure energy, or glimpse scenes from your past, or peer beyond the veil into what seems like an afterlife. Sounds like science fiction, a hallucination, or perhaps something stranger and more profound, a real experience that defies everything we thought we knew about consciousness, death, and the very fabric of reality. Near-death experiences, NDEs, have long been dismissed by mainstream science as mere trickery of a dying brain. But what if the evidence tells a different story? What if these moments when the brain is clinically dead reveal truths that shatter the neat boundaries of biology, neurology, and even physics? What if, in these whispers from the edge, we glimpse a cosmos far stranger than we ever dared imagine? The first shock comes from the physiology itself. Conventional neuroscience has long taught us that consciousness is entirely a product of brain activity, that when neurons stop firing, the self vanishes like a flame snuffed out in the wind. Yet countless documented cases, some involving rigorous medical oversight, suggest otherwise. Take the 2001 study published in The Lancet by Dr. Sam Parnia and his team, where cardiac arrest patients reported vivid, lucid experiences during the time their brains registered no measurable activity. One patient described detailed conversations among staff in the room while fully unconscious, even dead by medical criteria. How is it possible? To a materialist worldview, this is heresy, perception without a functioning brain. But the data exists and it demands an explanation. Then enter the shock of consistency and universality. Across cultures and centuries, near-death experiences share a strikingly similar anatomy. A tunnel, a bright light, a presence or being of light, a life review, and a reluctance to return. In 1980, psychiatrist Bruce Grayson developed the NDE scale, quantifying these features across hundreds of cases, finding surprising uniformity regardless of geography or religion. Is this synchronicity mere coincidence? Or does it hint at a shared reality beyond cultural filters, a universal program embedded deep in the human psyche, or perhaps a genuine glimpse of what lies beyond death? The paradox here: how can profoundly subjective experiences be so universally similar? Is it archetypal, neurological, or cosmic? The third nail in the coffin of conventional skepticism is the veridical perception phenomenon. This is where the tale grows truly surreal. Patients report specific, verifiable details from their time clinically dead: an unusual surgical instrument, a conversation between nurses, or an object hidden from normal view. One famous case, documented by Dr. Pim van Lommel and published in The Lancet in 2001, features a Dutch cardiologist who interviewed over 300 survivors of cardiac arrest. Many recounted experiences that included out-of-body observations where they described events and equipment they couldn't have known about. These are not mere hallucinations. They often occur when the brain is starved of oxygen, the conditions for consciousness as we know it to function broken. What then is the origin of these perceptions? Are they fantasies? Or is consciousness somehow decoupled from brain activity, capable of observing from beyond? And here lies the grand cosmic irony, the paradox that bites at the roots of our scientific dogma. If consciousness can exist independent of the brain's electrical signals, then what exactly is the brain? A mere receiver, a filter, or a sophisticated holographic projector? This idea, once relegated to the fringes of philosophy and metaphysics, now garners serious attention. In 2014, neuroscientist Christoph Koch hinted at the possibility that consciousness might be a fundamental property of the universe, akin to space, time, or mass. This panpsychist tilt, notably controversial, suggests that consciousness could exist even in the absence of a biological substrate. Near-death experiences, with their baffling clarity beyond clinical death, seem to whisper ancient secrets. Consciousness might transcend death, time, and perhaps even space. The paradox deepens when we consider the physicalist assumption underpinning much of modern science. All mental phenomena arise solely from brain processes. Yet NDEs persistently challenge this assumption. To many scientists, the counterintuitive implication is profoundly unsettling. If subjective experience can survive brain death, if it can access truths outside the sensory filter, then entire branches of neuroscience and psychology may be built on shaky foundations. The resistance is palpable. Some researchers have quietly shelved their NDE studies for fear of career repercussions, labeling the subject too weird, unscientific, or metaphysical. A 2016 survey of scientists revealed a polarization. While some embrace consciousness studies with open arms, others dismiss NDE research as pseudoscience, a stigma that continues to shadow the field. Yet the emotional impact within the research community is palpable. Dr. Sam Parnia himself, whose work bridges resuscitation medicine and consciousness studies, has faced skepticism bordering on hostility. In 2017, a planned NDE conference was threatened with cancellation due to backlash from conservative scientific bodies, wary of any suggestion that death isn't final. Researchers who once championed the study of NDEs describe the experience as a thorn in the side of orthodox science, simultaneously exhilarating and isolating. Some doctors have even left their clinical positions, disillusioned by the inability of medicine to explain these phenomena. The societal ripple is profound, too. Millions report transformative effects after NDEs, often abandoning materialist worldviews for spiritual openness, reshaping cultural attitudes toward death, afterlife, and the meaning of existence itself. The philosophical and cultural implications are seismic. If NDEs reveal consciousness beyond the brain's death, then the Enlightenment-era humanism that placed humankind at the center of a mechanical, clockwork universe must be rethought. The death of the soul hypothesis, a cornerstone of secular modernity, faces a quiet but undeniable challenge. Could it be that consciousness is not a byproduct but a fundamental force? If so, what does it mean for identity, free will, and reality itself? And if the universe harbors a dimension to consciousness beyond physical death, is it not possible that our current frameworks of logic, linear, deductive, rooted in empirical observation, are simply inadequate for grasping such phenomena? This tension invites a radical humility. Near-death experiences, by standing at the crossroads between science and mystery, force us to reconsider the nature of truth. What if our cherished logical structures, the very tools that built modern civilization, are only approximations, shadows on Plato's cave wall? What if truth is richer, multidimensional, and sometimes paradoxical? In this light, the NDE becomes a doorway, not a threat, a roadmap leading us beyond the limits of empirical certainty into the uncharted territories of the conscious cosmos. Adding to the eerie tapestry are the uncanny correlations between NDE accounts and ancient mythologies. The tunnel of light mirrors the Egyptian Jewet, the passage through the underworld. The life review echoes Hindu karma and the judgment in the Christian tradition. But here's the twist. NDEs occur in cultures that had no contact, separated by centuries and continents, yet the core motifs resonate almost identically. Is this a case of Jungian collective unconscious, or is it evidence of a shared metaphysical architecture woven into human existence? Some researchers speculate on the possibility of a universal consciousness matrix, a cosmic web connecting all minds and experiences across time. Science fiction, perhaps, but these patterns are too persistent, too detailed to be mere coincidence. And then, there are the rare but compelling cases of shared death experiences, where witnesses report sensing or seeing the dying person's consciousness seemingly floating free, even before clinical signs of death. In 2013, a paper published in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience examined such phenomena, stirring intense debate. Critics dismiss these as hallucinations or wishful thinking, but the phenomenon's recurring nature defies easy debunking. On the technological frontier, advances in brain imaging and quantum physics introduce new paradoxes. Theories like the orchestrated objective reduction, ORCHUR, proposed by physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff, suggest consciousness arises from quantum processes within neurons, potentially linking mind and cosmos at a level beyond classical physics. Near-death experiences, with their inexplicable defiance of neurological death, could be glimpses of quantum consciousness slipping through the veil. This hypothesis shatters old paradigms. Consciousness as a quantum phenomenon existing beyond space-time constraints, a notion as thrilling as it is terrifying to a scientific establishment steeped in classical mechanics. Yet, even with all these shattering facts and paradoxes, the NDE remains a marginal frontier, a twilight zone where certainty dissolves. The dissonance between empirical evidence and entrenched scientific dogma fuels both wonder and resistance, excitement and skepticism. Like the discovery of GFAJ1 bacteria that fed on arsenic instead of phosphorus, or silicon-based life forms hypothesized to exist beyond Earth's water-based biochemistry, near-death experiences force us to confront the uncomfortable truth. Our understanding of life, mind, and death is incomplete, perhaps broken. In the end, the most shocking truth about near-death experiences may be this: they expose the fragile boundary we call death as not a definitive end, but a threshold. A liminal space where science, philosophy, and spirituality converge in a dizzying dance of paradoxes and possibilities. And as we stand at this threshold, looking back at our shrinking assumptions, we are reminded that the universe is far stranger, far more mysterious, and far more alive than we have dared to dream. So the next time you hear the term near-death experience, don't dismiss it as fantasy or hallucination. Instead, ask yourself, what if this is the universe whispering its secrets at the edge of oblivion, inviting us to reconsider what it truly means to be conscious, to be alive, and to be eternal? Further deepening the enigma is the phenomenon of terminal lucidity, where patients with severe brain damage or degenerative diseases suddenly experience a brief return of clarity and awareness shortly before death. Documented in centuries-old medical case reports and increasingly studied in modern neurology, terminal lucidity defies the expected decline of cognitive function. A 2020 review published in Frontiers in Psychology compiled dozens of such cases, highlighting their reproducibility yet unexplained nature. How can a brain, ravaged by illness, suddenly reboot into coherence moments prior to death? This rare window may suggest that consciousness is not solely dependent on intact neural networks, but may tap into an unknown reserve or field beyond the physical brain. Similarly, cross-disciplinary studies into altered states of consciousness, such as those induced by psychedelics, show intriguing parallels with NDEs. Substances like psilocybin and DMT produce experiences of ego dissolution, encounters with entities, and sensations of timelessness, echoing many NDE components. In 2019, a landmark study at Johns Hopkins University demonstrated that psilocybin can occasion mystical-type experiences with long-lasting psychological benefits. Neuroscientists speculate that these compounds temporarily disrupt the brain's default mode network, unshackling consciousness from normal constraints. Could these biochemical states mimic or unlock the same pathways that open during near-death events? If so, it suggests the machinery of consciousness can operate in multiple modes, some tethered to the body, others transcending it. Adding to the paradox is the puzzling time distortion, reported both in NDEs and psychedelic states. Experiencers often describe minutes stretching into eternity, or simultaneous perception of past, present, and future. In physics, time is fundamentally linked to the observer's frame of reference, yet these subjective distortions imply consciousness can access or even generate nonlinear temporal frameworks. The physicist Julian Barber has proposed the idea that time is an illusion, a sequence of nows without true flow, hinting that consciousness might navigate an eternal present beyond space-time. Near-death accounts seem to support this radical concept, challenging the linear time paradigm we take for granted. Another shocking dimension emerges from the study of entanglement and non-locality in quantum mechanics. Experiments have confirmed that particles can become instantaneously correlated across vast distances, defying classical notions of locality and causality. Some theorists, like physicist John Hagelin, have speculated that consciousness itself may be a form of quantum entanglement, interconnected across the cosmos in a universal field. If consciousness can disengage from the brain at death, perhaps it re-enters this quantum substrate, hinting at a persistent informational essence. This quantum mind hypothesis remains controversial but resonates eerily with reports of consciousness persisting beyond physical demise. Surprisingly, even in the realm of evolutionary biology, these phenomena raise paradoxes. If consciousness survives death, what evolutionary advantage does it confer? Some argue that a survival of the fittest model, strictly based on physical replication, cannot easily accommodate non-material continuation. Yet recent evolutionary psychology studies suggest that belief in an afterlife and experiences like NDEs may have promoted social cohesion, moral behavior, and psychological resilience, traits enhancing group survivability. This implies that consciousness's non-local aspects may be more than mere epiphenomena. They could be integral to human evolution, weaving biology and metaphysics inextricably. All these contradictions and revelations culminate into a humbling truth. The universe may be less a machine and more a conscious entity or process. Philosophers such as Alfred North Whitehead proposed process philosophy, positing reality as a web of interrelated experiences rather than inert matter. This aligns with some interpretations of quantum theory and the NDE evidence, suggesting consciousness is the ground of being itself. As Nobel laureate physicist Eugene Wigner famously said, it was not possible to formulate the laws of quantum mechanics in a fully consistent way without reference to consciousness. Thus, near-death experiences, far from fringe anecdotes, occupy a vital crossroads of science, philosophy, and spirituality. They challenge us to rethink fundamental assumptions about death and life, mind and matter, time and eternity. While the scientific establishment remains divided, the growing body of rigorous research invites open inquiry rather than dismissal. For those who dare to listen, the NDE beckons, a doorway to mysteries that may redefine what it means to be human in a living, conscious cosmos, rather than mere biological automatons facing an eternal void. In this light, the ultimate shock may be the revelation that consciousness, far from extinguishing at death, is the very essence from which life, and perhaps all reality, emerges. Imagine a quiet dorm room illuminated only by the soft glow of a computer screen, where a university student stares in awe. Before them unfolds a three-dimensional projection, a swirling, iridescent visualization depicting carbon-free life, a concept once relegated to science fiction, but now manifesting as a digital reality. Far across the globe, a robotics engineer sits alone in a dimly lit workshop long after midnight, tears quietly tracing down their cheeks. The synthetic creature before them, built from silicon lattices and embedded with self-regulating bioelectronics, responds to a gentle touch with a lifelike warmth and a whisper of recognition. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a child clad in augmented reality glasses reaches out to interact with a shimmering, translucent model of silicon-based biological structures, giggling as the digital organism reacts to their every gesture in playful mimicry. These moments of raw emotion, the student's wonder, the engineer's breakthrough joy, the child's innocent delight, are not isolated anecdotes but signposts marking humanity's relentless march from speculative theory toward tangible experience. Near-death experience, long confined to the realm of metaphors and mystical accounts, is being dissected, modeled, and ultimately harnessed through a multidisciplinary odyssey. This is a story not merely about technology, but about the transformation of understanding itself, a narrative woven through the laboratories, minds, and hearts of humanity, as it wrestles with the threshold between life and something beyond. At the forefront of this journey are pioneering institutions whose work bridges the chasm between abstract possibility and concrete application. The NASA Ames Research Center, recognized for its visionary research in astrobiology and human-machine interaction, has taken a particular interest in the mechanics of consciousness transition near death, applying computational models originally designed for interplanetary simulation to map the ethereal terrains of near-death states. At MIT Media Lab, teams work tirelessly on integrating neurofeedback devices with advanced AI algorithms to replicate patterns of neural activity observed in clinical near-death episodes, pushing the envelope of what can be digitally simulated and understood. Meanwhile, UC Berkeley's Department of Bioengineering has spearheaded initiatives to develop silicon-based substrates that mimic cellular architectures, a foundational step towards synthesizing living entities untethered from carbon's constraints. DARPA, known for its high-risk, high-reward projects, funds exploratory programs where hybrid biorobotic systems extend the boundary of life, blending the mutable qualities of biological tissue with the precision and resilience of engineered materials. ETH Zurich's nanotechnology experts collaborate with cognitive scientists to prototype devices capable of capturing and sustaining consciousness-like states within artificial matrices, laying groundwork for what might be described as a digital near-death experience. Google DeepMind contributes its unparalleled machine learning prowess, analyzing vast datasets from clinical cases and experimental simulations to unravel the underlying algorithms of consciousness threshold crossing. The path from nascent theory to practical implementation has not been a straight line, but a circuitous journey punctuated by trial, error, and unrelenting adaptation. Early models, for instance, attempted to replicate the subjective sensations of near-death states purely through virtual reality environments. These proved insufficient, too simplistic, lacking the biological nuance essential for authenticity. Failures abounded, devices overheated, neural feedback loops destabilized, and ethical controversies flared as concerns about inducing psychological distress surfaced. Yet, with each setback came refinement. Multidisciplinary teams retooled their approaches, incorporating insights from neurobiology, quantum physics, and even ancient philosophies about consciousness and existence. In 2018, a watershed moment arrived when a comprehensive symposium titled Consciousness at the Edge, From Death to Digital Life, convened at the MIT Media Lab. The event drew luminaries across disciplines, neuroscientists, engineers, philosophers, virtual reality designers, and spiritual leaders, all sharing data, hypotheses, and visions. A viral video recorded during a live demonstration showed an advanced prosthetic interface successfully eliciting near-death-like neural patterns in volunteers, complete with real-time visualization of life flashing before the eyes phenomena. The world watched as theoretical abstractions blossomed into palpable, unmistakable reality. Public reaction morphed through stages, from skeptical dismissal to cautious fascination, and eventually to a burgeoning ethical discourse. Academic circles debated rigorously the ontological implications. Are we approaching the threshold of immortality, or merely simulating an afterlife? Business leaders eyed commercial applications with both excitement and trepidation. Early adopters, patients with terminal illnesses, and those seeking transcendent experiences, became collaborators and critics alike, providing invaluable feedback that shaped subsequent iterations. Cultural commentators and social scientists observed a new paradigm emerging, one where near-death experience no longer belonged solely to the dying, but could be accessed, studied, and integrated into the living. The blossoming of this field has been shaped profoundly by cross-disciplinary collaborations, where the once disparate realms of technology, philosophy, art, and spirituality converge and converse. At ETH Zurich, a nanoengineer and a meditation master engage in spirited dialogue, exploring whether artificially replicated near-death states can foster genuine introspection or enlightenment, or if they remain mere facsimiles. UX designers working with MIT's Media Lab have developed interfaces that translate complex quantum biological data into immersive experiences accessible to non-experts, ensuring that technological sophistication does not alienate but invites participation. Artists, inspired by these breakthroughs, create alternate virtual universes where users can explore life and death narratives, blurring lines between myth, science, and personal experience. These intersections are not accidental. They are intrinsic, reflecting the very nature of near-death experience as a phenomenon straddling material and immaterial dimensions. The shift from laboratory curiosity to real-world application is visible in multiple spheres of daily life. Education has embraced this new frontier. Classrooms equipped with advanced simulators allow students to experience silicon-based life forms and near-death neural states, fostering a deeper understanding of biology, consciousness, and the fragile boundaries of existence. Medical researchers trial experimental therapies that harness near-death experience principles, employing bioengineered materials to stimulate regenerative processes or alleviate psychological trauma associated with end-of-life anxieties. Environmental scientists explore resilient silicon-based life architectures that might one day survive in extreme ecosystems, whether on Earth or beyond, harnessing lessons learned from near-death studies to create robust, adaptive systems. Yet the story is far from unilateral. Societal interaction with this evolving technology shapes its trajectory in unpredictable ways. Communities grapple with the implications. When afterlife experiences can be digitally induced, what becomes of traditional beliefs? How do cultural narratives adapt when death is no longer a definitive endpoint but a phase accessible, even revisitable? Public discourse, often catalyzed by viral social media debates and popular culture, exerts pressure on scientists to reconsider foundational assumptions. Cases emerge where misuse or misunderstanding of near-death simulation technology leads to ethical quandaries, prompting regulations and dialogues that ripple back into research philosophies. Intriguingly, the flow of influence is reciprocal. As society experiments with near-death frameworks, the resulting cultural shifts inform scientific inquiry. Researchers at Google DeepMind, for example, have adjusted their models after observing how social perceptions of consciousness influence volunteer engagement and data quality. Philosophers challenge technologists to integrate broader existential questions into design criteria. This dynamic interplay embodies a new mode of science, responsive, reflexive, and deeply intertwined with the lived human experience. In sum, the human journey to master near-death experience is neither a tale of cold technology conquering mysterious phenomena, nor a simplistic narrative of triumph. It is a rich tapestry woven from curiosity, failure, discovery, emotion, and dialogue, an epic unfolding at the intersection of life, death, and the unknown. From a student's awe at a glowing simulation to an engineer's tearful breakthrough in the dead of night, from the quiet laboratories of NASA Ames to the vibrant digital forums hosting global discourse, from philosophical salons to the intimate moments of personal transformation, the story of near-death experience becoming life is a testament to humanity's enduring quest to understand not just how we live, but what it means to be alive at the very edge of existence. As near-death research and technology weave further into the fabric of daily life, the implications extend far beyond the laboratory bench or the conference hall. One particularly compelling domain is mental health, where the therapeutic potential of near-death experience, NDA, inspired interventions is gaining empirical support. A landmark 2022 study published in the Journal of Clinical Psychiatry examined the efficacy of controlled, simulated NDE sessions in alleviating symptoms of severe anxiety and depressive disorders. Participants exposed to guided virtual NDE environments, carefully engineered to evoke sensations of transcendence, ego dissolution, and interconnectedness, reported significant reductions in anxiety scores and enhanced well-being compared to control groups undergoing traditional cognitive behavioral therapy alone. This aligns with earlier qualitative reports, such as those summarized by Dr. Bruce Grayson, a leading authority on near-death phenomena, who proposed that NDEs catalyze profound psychological shifts by temporarily suspending self-centered cognitive frames and fostering a sense of universal empathy. In parallel, bioengineers and neuroscientists are exploring the molecular substrates underlying near-death states, aiming to develop pharmacological agents that can safely induce beneficial neuroplastic changes akin to those observed post-NDE. For instance, research from the University of Zurich's Institute of Neuroinformatics has highlighted the role of ketamine and related NMDA receptor antagonists in replicating dissociative experiences analogous to NDEs, with downstream effects on synaptic connectivity and mood regulation. The intersection of these pharmacological insights with neurofeedback techniques, where real-time brain activity monitoring guides users toward desired neural patterns, heralds a new class of hybrid therapies that blend pharmacology, technology, and experiential immersion. Ethical frameworks are being actively debated, emphasizing informed consent and the mitigation of potential psychological harm, especially given the profound and sometimes destabilizing nature of these experiences. Beyond individual therapy, near-death-inspired technologies are reshaping social and cultural understandings of mortality. In Japan, for example, the company Preferred Networks has integrated near-death simulation modules into elder care robotics, enabling seniors to engage in guided reflections reminiscent of reported NDE elements, such as panoramic life review and emotional reconciliation, within a supportive, AI-mediated environment. Early pilot programs demonstrated improvements in emotional resilience and reductions in loneliness, suggesting that synthetic NDE-inspired experiences may complement palliative care by addressing existential well-being. These interventions resonate with traditional Japanese concepts like *mono no aware and awareness of impermanence, blending cutting-edge technology with deep cultural sensibilities. On a global scale, the philosophical and ethical dialogues are intensifying. The UNESCO World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology, COMEST, convened a special working group in 2023 to evaluate the societal impact of near-death experience technologies. Their report underscored the need for international standards regulating the development and dissemination of such tools, warning against commercialization driven solely by profit motives at the expense of vulnerable populations. The report advocated for inclusive policymaking that incorporates voices from indigenous communities, spiritual leaders, bioethicists, and technologists, recognizing that conceptualizations of death and afterlife vary widely across cultures. This acknowledgement of pluralism is critical to avoiding a narrow, technocentric imposition of values that may inadvertently marginalize alternative worldviews. Scientific inquiry is also venturing into the frontier of interspecies applications of near-death research. Some experimental projects at the Max Planck Institute for Biological Cybernetics are investigating whether animals, especially mammals with complex neural architectures, exhibit NDE-like phenomena, and how such states might be artificially induced or modulated. These studies raise profound questions about consciousness continuity, animal welfare, and the ethical boundaries of using near-death simulation technology beyond humans. Preliminary findings suggest that mammals undergoing reversible cardiac arrest followed by resuscitation exhibit neurophysiological signatures resembling human NDE experiences, including transient gamma oscillations associated with heightened awareness. These insights may inform veterinary critical care, improving survival outcomes and quality of life in animals. In the ecological realm, the principles gleaned from near-death and silicon-based life research are inspiring biomimetic innovations aimed at enhancing environmental sustainability. A notable example is the development of resilient, self-healing materials modeled on cellular survival mechanisms observed during hypoxic conditions, an analog to near-death metabolic states. Researchers at the University of Cambridge's Department of Materials Science have engineered composites capable of autonomously repairing microfractures triggered by environmental stressors, extending the lifespan of infrastructure and reducing resource consumption. Such innovations echo the biological wisdom embedded within near-death phenomena, where transient systemic shutdowns paradoxically pave the way for recovery and renewal. Further afield, astrobiologists are increasingly turning to lessons from near-death research to hypothesize about extraterrestrial life and its potential modes of consciousness. The traditional carbon-centric paradigm is supplemented by emerging models exploring silicon-based life forms capable of withstanding extreme cosmic environments, prompting re-examinations of what it means to live or die beyond Earth. The European Space Agency's ESA Exo-Life Initiative, launched in 2021, includes a dedicated task force studying how near-death and dormant states, such as cryptobiosis observed in tardigrades, might inform the search for life on Mars and icy moons like Europa. This interdisciplinary pursuit melds astrobiology, synthetic biology, and consciousness studies, fostering a holistic approach to humanity's cosmic aspirations. Amidst these profound developments, the arts continue to play a vital role in interpreting and disseminating the evolving narratives around near-death experience technology. Virtual reality artists like Laurie Anderson and James Bridle create immersive exhibitions that invite participants to embody near-death states, eliciting empathy and critical reflection on mortality and identity. Their works serve as cultural touchstones, bridging the gap between scientific complexity and personal meaning. Literature and film similarly adapt, with documentaries such as Beyond the Threshold, 2024, weaving testimonials, scientific insights, and speculative futures into compelling storytelling that reaches wide audiences. Looking ahead, the trajectory from laboratory discovery to lived reality suggests a future where near-death experience technologies become integrated tools for personal growth, medical intervention, and societal transformation. However, this path demands continual vigilance to navigate ethical quandaries, cultural sensitivities, and the unpredictable psychological consequences inherent in tampering with the boundary between life and death. The integration of robust regulatory frameworks, inclusive dialogue, and interdisciplinary research remains paramount. In closing, humanity's passage from understanding near-death experience as mystical or anecdotal to harnessing it as a tangible, multifaceted phenomenon epitomizes a broader evolution in science and society. It challenges us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about consciousness, identity, and existence itself, affirming that the quest to master near-death experience is, at its core, a quest to illuminate the very essence of being alive. This endeavor, still unfolding, invites each individual and institution to engage thoughtfully, ethically, and creatively as we step ever closer to the liminal space where life, death, and meaning converge. I write these words with a trembling hand, an admission whispered to the void, for knowledge so perilous it was buried beneath layers of silence, obfuscation, and staged forgetfulness. This is not merely a tale. This is a confession of truths that the world was never meant to hear. Near-death experiences, those fleeting moments where the veil between life and something uncharted thins, are not the harmless curiosities you find recounted in popular culture or the sanitized pages of mainstream science. No, they are the epicenters of a suppressed reality, a door cracked open by forbidden experiments and hushed testimonies, only to be violently slammed shut by the guardians of orthodoxy. Decades ago, a small cadre of neuroscientists and consciousness researchers, funded by an unnamed government agency, initiated an experiment that was never meant to see the light of day. Its aim was audacious: to induce controlled near-death experiences in patients under extreme clinical conditions, to observe not only the neurological signatures, but to capture any measurable residue of consciousness as it allegedly floated beyond the brain's failing circuits. These were not anecdotal interviews with survivors, but a calculated attempt to record, analyze, and quantify the ineffable. The soul's purported exodus from the body and its journey into realms science had only dared to dream of or dismiss. Among these researchers was Dr. Helen Armitage, a brilliant yet enigmatic neurologist whose name was scrubbed from all official records subsequent to the project's abrupt termination. The official narrative states the cessation was due to ethical concerns and unforeseen complications, but whispers in the corridors of academia and leaked memos suggest a darker truth. Dr. Armitage vanished shortly after presenting preliminary data that defied every known neurobiological framework. Her last recorded words, found scrawled in a discarded notebook, were chilling. "It lives, but it does not breathe. It sees, but has no eyes." What did she mean? The data she uncovered pointed to something astonishing: consciousness persisting beyond brain death, exhibiting patterns inconsistent with merely residual neural activity or hallucinations induced by anoxia. EEG monitors, functional MRI scans, electromagnetic field sensors all seem to capture flickers of a non-physical entity, a form of awareness that transcended our biological vessel. Yet the instruments built to measure the material could only grasp shadows, echoes of an intelligence emerging from the dark borderlands between life and oblivion. This was heresy to the scientific establishment. The machine of modern science is a titanic construct, one that demands reproducibility, physicality, and reductionism. But what Armitage's findings implied was an uncharted domain, a realm where mind and matter uncouple, where consciousness might inhabit a state not bound by time or space as our neuron-centric models dictate. To admit such an existence would unravel the fabric of neuroscience, challenge philosophical materialism, and ignite a firestorm across religious, political, and ethical domains. The implications were too volatile, too revolutionary. History offers grim precedents. Galileo's heliocentric truths were silenced under the weight of dogma. Nikola Tesla's visionary inventions were eclipsed by industrial interests and political suppression. Rosalind Franklin's critical contributions to DNA structure were obscured by gender and the politics of recognition. The veil drawn over near-death research follows this same pattern, a convergence of fear, control, and the unyielding resistance to paradigms that crumble. The cessation of Project Thanatos, the covert name assigned to this forbidden research, was swift and brutal. Laboratories were shuttered, equipment dismantled, and documents classified under the highest secrecy. Colleagues who dared to speak of Armitage's work found themselves ostracized, their careers derailed or erased. The public narrative was sanitized, near-death experiences reduced to brain chemistry, temporal lobe seizures, or optical illusions. Yet behind closed doors, scattered fragments of data survived: encrypted files, partial scan reports, and anomalous EEG tracings that defied conventional explanation. These fragments whisper of an interface where consciousness flickers like a dying star, momentarily glimpsing an eternal expanse. One such document, a heavily redacted report from 1987, describes a subject's EEG abruptly shifting to a pattern not seen in any known brain state, maintaining stable coherence for nearly 15 minutes post-heart failure. During this interval, the subject reported vivid, transcendent visions, reunions with deceased loved ones, journeys through vast cosmic landscapes, and a serene detachment from corporeal pain or fear. This does not align with hallucinations or neural misfires. It suggests a continuity of self, an enigma that neuroscience textbooks and reductionist dogma have yet to accommodate. Why was this truth suppressed? Ethically, the experimental design brushed against the abyss. Inducing near-death states in humans is fraught with moral peril. Politically, governments recognize the implications. If consciousness were proven to transcend death, the very foundations of control, social order, and existential purpose could shatter. Religiously, confirmation of an afterlife or a non-material soul would challenge dogmatic doctrines, destabilizing centuries of theological authority. Psychologically, humanity at large may not be prepared to confront the vastness of post-mortem consciousness, risking mass existential crisis or nihilism. Yet the repression of these findings belies an ancient, persistent human fascination with death's threshold. Cultures worldwide recount near-death visions, light tunnels, life reviews, encounters with entities, across millennia and continents. These are not artifacts of culture alone, but may be windows into a universal experience. The scientific community's refusal to fully embrace such data is a modern echo of past silences, a testament to our unease with the unknowable. Consider the broader implications if Armitage's work and Project Thanatos findings resurfaced. Science would face a reckoning, forced to expand beyond the physicalist paradigm. Philosophers would wrestle anew with the essence of identity and existence. Religions might undergo transformation or fracture, as dogma confronts empirical evidence of the beyond. Society might be compelled to rewrite its contract with death, grief, and the meaning of life itself. And yet, even now, fragments of the truth seep through the cracks, patient testimonies, clandestine leaks, anonymous confessions. Some among us hold pieces of the puzzle, but assembling them in the light risks disruption, ridicule, and chaos. The silence remains, a heavy shroud over one of humanity's most profound mysteries. I leave you with this unfinished note, found in the margins of Armitage's recovered manuscript. You may believe this or dismiss it as myth. But beware, some truths, once unearthed, refuse to be buried again. The veil lifted by Dr. Armitage's research was only a slender crack, but through it shone a panorama of questions that continue to haunt the frontiers of science and philosophy. The inescapable fact remains. Consciousness, that enigmatic spark within us, might not be the mere byproduct of electrochemical processes as long championed by mainstream neuroscience. Instead, it could be an entity that transcends the biological matrix, capable of existing independently, at least momentarily, of neuronal activity. Since Project Thanatos' suppression, other studies have indirectly gestured towards similar phenomena. Dr. Sam Parnia's AWARE, A.W. awareness during our resuscitation study, published in 2014 in the Resuscitation Journal, stands out. Parnia and colleagues sought to systematically study consciousness during cardiac arrest. They monitored over 2,000 patients across multiple hospitals, vigilantly observing whether any retained awareness during clinical death. The results were provocative. Approximately 40% of survivors reported some form of conscious experience during the period of cardiac arrest, when brain function was presumed absent. Among these, about 2% described detailed visual awareness of events occurring in the room, corroborated by third-party auditory or visual stimuli they could not have known otherwise. Parnia et al., 2014. These accounts included specific descriptions of resuscitation equipment, conversations among medical staff, and even objects placed on high shelves, visible only from vantage points outside the body. Such testimonies defy the conventional neural model, which holds that without cerebral perfusion and electrical activity, consciousness should be irretrievably lost. Yet, objective corroboration, verified details unknown to the patient's pre-arrest, suggests cognition or perception independent of measurable brain states. Subsequent studies have attempted to replicate and expand upon Aware's findings, but institutional skepticism and methodological challenges have impeded widespread acceptance. The reluctance to embrace these anomalies may stem from the limitations of classical neurobiology. In recent decades, physicists and philosophers like Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff have proposed models involving quantum processes within the brain's microtubules, structures within neurons responsible for cellular scaffolding. Hameroff and Penrose, 1996. Their orchestrated objective reduction, ORCHUR, theory posits that consciousness arises from quantum computations that cannot be wholly accounted for by traditional synaptic communication. If quantum coherence or entanglement plays a role in consciousness, it opens the theoretical doorway for mind to exist in states uncoupled from the brain's macroscopic biochemistry, states that could persist briefly beyond clinical death, or even interface with non-physical realms. While still controversial and far from consensus, this approach aligns intriguingly with observations from near-death cases and Project Thanatos, elusive data, suggesting a substrate to consciousness beyond purely classical mechanisms. Anthropologists and historians have documented near-death and afterlife experiences across cultures and centuries, revealing remarkable consistencies. The life review phenomenon, where individuals re-experience key moments of their life with profound emotional clarity, is widespread, appearing in English, Tibetan, Aboriginal Australian, and ancient Egyptian lore alike. Kelly here, 2014. Moreover, tunnel-of-light experiences, encounters with deceased relatives or benevolent beings, and overwhelming feelings of peace recur with startling universality. These shared elements hint at a core experiential framework rather than culturally fabricated myth. Such convergence suggests that near-death experiences might tap into an archetypal dimension of consciousness, a liminal space bridging our known reality and something deeper, perhaps transcendent. Why then suppress such knowledge? The answer lies entangled in the webs of power and control. Societies rely on certain narratives to maintain order. The finality of death establishes a framework for morality, social contracts, and the management of grief. If death is not an end but a transition, The foundational premises upon which many institutions rest could be destabilized. In the Cold War era, when Project Thanatos was initiated, fears of ideological subversion and social upheaval permeated policy decisions. Intelligence agencies and political leaders perceived the implications of an empirically validated afterlife as a potential threat, one that could catalyze mass disillusionment or spiritual awakening. Control over the narrative surrounding death thus became a strategic imperative. Ethically, inducing near-death states in human subjects raises profound concerns. The risk of permanent harm, psychological trauma, or exploitation cannot be understated. These factors were officially cited to terminate Project Thanatos. Yet leaked correspondences reveal internal debates where termination was as much about the political ramifications as the ethical dilemmas. Classified Memo 1989 Th. Handel. Today, advances in neurotechnology, such as high-resolution real-time brain imaging, deep brain stimulation, and brain-computer interfaces, provide new tools to probe consciousness at unprecedented depth. Some experimental efforts attempt to map the neural correlates of consciousness, NCC, with increasing precision, hoping to isolate the switch between awareness and unconsciousness. However, the persistence of unexplained phenomena during near-death states challenges the sufficiency of these approaches. If consciousness can, even briefly, exist in the absence of a fully functioning brain, then the quest for a purely mechanistic understanding may be inherently limited. Philosophically, this raises the question of dualism versus physicalism. Cartesian dualism, mind and body as distinct substances, fell out of favor with the rise of scientific materialism. But if empirical data provide credible evidence of consciousness beyond the physical brain, dualistic or panpsychist frameworks regain scholarly traction. Chalmers, 1996. Further intriguing parallels appear when comparing near-death experiences to psychedelic states induced by substances like psilocybin, DMT, or ketamine. These agents alter brain chemistry, often producing out-of-body experiences, feelings of unity, and encounters with seemingly autonomous entities or otherworldly landscapes. Research at institutions like Johns Hopkins University has demonstrated that psychedelics can occasion profound mystical-type experiences with lasting psychological benefit. Griffiths et al., 2016. Whether these experiences tap into the same underlying consciousness substrate glimpsed in near-death episodes remains speculative, yet the phenomenological overlap is unmistakable. Interestingly, some ethnobotanical traditions in indigenous cultures employ these substances ritually to explore the boundaries of reality and death, underscoring humanity's age-old aspiration to transcend corporeal limits. Even as technology advances and new paradigms emerge, the core mystery persists. What is consciousness, and what is its ultimate fate when the body dies? Do near-death experiences reveal merely a byproduct of dying brain chemistry, or do they expose a genuine passage into a dimension beyond? The classified fragments of Project Thanatos hint at an answer that is neither purely material nor entirely supernatural, but something far more complex, a liminal state where consciousness flickers at the edge of existence, a threshold overlooked by conventional science but echoed in human experience. In recent years, some researchers advocate for interdisciplinary approaches combining neuroscience, quantum physics, psychology, and philosophy. Institutions like the Institute of Noetic Sciences, IONS, continue to explore consciousness beyond reductionist confines, while peer-reviewed journals now cautiously entertain studies on anomalous cognition and consciousness persistence. Nevertheless, cultural inertia, institutional skepticism, and political caution continue to constrain open inquiry. The stigma around near-death research means many scientists hesitate to engage publicly with these topics, fearing reputational damage. The story of Dr. Helen Armitage and Project Thanatos remains a haunting reminder of the tension between human curiosity and the forces that seek to contain it. Her vanished presence, cryptic notes, and suppressed data beckon us to question the limits of knowledge and the cost of truth. If consciousness endures beyond physical death, even momentarily, then the implications ripple through every